I accidentally jumped onto the video slide thing for OBS. Hello, welcome to the stream. I'm just going to test to see if my multi-chat is working. Real quick. It looks like it is. Yep. But the chat is not popping up. I do not know why. Oh well. Let's get right into the game. Chapter 6 is finally out. I mean, no, Chapter 9. Oh, whatever it is. I don't know. Oh, what was it? A Ryoshu's chapter. That's all that matters. All that matters is Ryoshu's chapter. Let's get right into it. Yes, I did spend some of my lunacies already. I tried to do a pull on Ujad. Anyway, I guess we have confirmation. Wait, what was her name? No, what was her name? Diaz. Diaz is running the LCB, or Limbus Company. I knew I'd remember her name. Ambush in the dark. What an appropriate image. There is a clue of thread revealed of a single strand whose beginning is its end. Moments become wefts and swarps that crisscross into a weave. And the flow of time spools in a single spot. Go on, read it. From the echo of your first cry to the whispers of your last breath. Damn it, stream elements! Why do you keep showing up here? I really got to figure out how to use you, to be honest. From the echoes of your first cry to the whispers of your last breath. In the heart of every moment, my eyes catch a glimpse of you. No, that's not how you read those letters. Yoshidai. That's how you say it. Ryoshu. It's prettier and easier. Dear lost child of mine. I knew she had a child. Should the way back home elude you, follow the thread back to the very first knot that hurts the most. Where the quivering stops. That is where you will find me. Today's the day. Martin. Today is the day indeed, boss. Are you... Hold, please. Don't ask me if I'm nervous. Only ordinary, unremarkable researchers with a particularly low level of confidence in their own material ever get nervous. Your unfinished query has reminded me of the last academic assembly. There was this fellow who simply could not stop their hands from shaking with the frequency of 5 oscillations every 3 seconds, even after taking an entire fistful of tranquility boluses. What a miserable sight to see. Oh, of course, perhaps a fear that the attendees may not possess the intelligence to comprehend even half of my presentation may source a reasonable level in society, potent enough to make my legs tremble somewhat, but I have been quite relieved of the concern after you received my materials. If both of you were able to understand it, then the audience should have no problem following the general narrative. At least you won't be doing the audience chock full of your verbal sedatives this time. On another note, have you any clue as to why our cooperation request for additional research is still pending approval? LCA and R&D team has repeatedly denied our request, apparently with to focus solely on our present research. And rather narrow-minded bunch, aren't they? Do you know especially who denied our request? The assistant manager, who simply could not stop their hands from shaking even after taking a entire fistful of tranquility boluses. It seemed pretty obvious that they're still carrying the grudge from when you scorned at them. Man. Is that so? Well, they'll have no choice but to approve our request after this presentation. Our present research has already progressed beyond the point of satisfaction after all. Of course, boss, of course. This won't do, though. The motivation behind my additional research request was to stay a personal curiosity. I have no doubt that in my mind it will end up benefiting the company's bottom line. Martin, do you have our additional research proposals with you? Even the LCA will have no recourse but to approve it once they see the projected gains from its successes. That. I left it back at the research hall. Don't think we'd need it today. A successful outcome of that research should also be about to boost the efficiency of our electrical systems. I'm sure the need for more power is a mutual concern. We already have precious little spare with how much energy our present research consumes. Yeah, we know. We even had to conduct our experiments in the freezing cold because we rerouted power from the heating systems to save electricity. Well, I stayed toasty thanks to my ego gear, but still. Anyway, I'll go grab the proposal. You two should focus on the presentation prep. Requesting support, the LCE Department Code Corridor YS4 requesting immediate support. The situation Apologies, I didn't wish to so unnecessarily cut him off, but as it seemed he passed out, let me be the messenger instead, though I wouldn't bother with the fancy code speak. The situation here is entirely hopeless, was probably what he wished to say. A few hours later. A good deal of time had passed since we'd said our heartfelt farewell to Jishun, yet we still remain stuck in Hongyang. You sure we're setting off today? Reckon you got the date wrong? I'm pretty sure I didn't, but even Sardi's late, and she was supposed to get Vigilius and Pilot. Not him. Why can't they just... Please tell me this is the chapter he dies. Right ahead lies the road that leads straight out of Hongyang. Given Sardi's memo telling us to drive out here with a truck, there should be no room for error this time. I sure hope that's the case. When we left Dongyang earlier, the guards at the gate actually asked me what time we'd be coming back. They probably think we've taken up permanent residence here at H-Corp. Not surprising after saying goodbye left and right, not to mention 2 farewell banquets. We're still sitting here on our butts without any sign of leaving. Willow, what are you doing in my room? Willow, here babies. Willow, here babies. Good girl. Who's your good girl? Yeah, you are. Exactly. By now, Verge should have appeared out of nowhere with his usual time to move on to our next destination, Dante, like he always does. Then Charon should say, off we go, Methy, vroom vroom. It's been forever since I heard her last. I don't think there was ever a time Vigilius was gone this long. The breach of contract may have led to extra workload for him, but even so, his prolonged absence remains unusual. All this just because he went off out of his way to help us? Not necessarily. While it is true that the penalty incurred for breaching the contract yet remains, the LCC's operation in H Corp, which he was assisting with, was immediately concluded following Jieshun's insurgation as the family hierarch. I fail to think of any other reasonable part for that. Vigilius and Charon would always be away whenever we traveled to a new place, but yeah, never for this long. Maybe he's just off doing whatever he usually does when spending time with Charon. Everyone turned to look at Faust. At this point, there is no information that can be shared regarding Vigilius's absence. Maybe we can ask Vigilius when he gets here? You honestly reckon he'd say a word about where he was? That bloke only ever tells us where to go, never where he's off to. Verily, and never has he designed to bring any of us on his ice cream trips, save young Charon. Perchance his path is that of a culinary journey to sample the unique specialties of each Be serious for 1 second, lass. This ain't a foodie tour. Aside from guiding our path, it may simply be that Vigilius has a path of his own to walk. I've got no idea what his path would even look like. We're only here to follow the journey as guided by Vigilius. We know neither the path he has walked nor the path he seeks to walk. I wonder if he'll ever share his history with us one day. I suppose he's been his usual absent self, but that doesn't explain why Sodi ain't here, does it? We've been late plenty of times, yeah, but it ain't like the loss to keep us hanging. Maybe there's been a change of plans? When an operative goes dark without warning, it's usually due to an unfortunate variable, not a change of plans. As if to prove Otis right, someone forcibly yanked the truck door open. Sorty? Holy, what's happened to you? Sorty stumbled into the truck, short of breath. She was bleeding and covered in wounds, both minor and serious. Her eyes glimpsed with wild anxiety. Oh shit, she's missing an arm. A broken pistol hung from her waist. It was impossible not to notice the still fresh gash and wound on her. The first thing that caught my attention, however, was the stump right where her left arm used to be. Damn. Maybe Pilot does die this chapter. Would not complain about that. Spider's thread. I am not going in here with my Tremor team. I was doing a mirror dungeon with them. I'm going to go in with my Rupture team. Details. You. Then rabbits. Then snakes. Then the rooster. Then you. Then you. Then you. Prepare for battle immediately. I am no longer able to operate, as you can plainly see. I need your help. Sorty collapsed to the floor before we even had a chance to ask her if she was okay, or what happened to her arm. What's the point of asking if she's okay? She's missing a damn arm. Of course she's not okay. Hell. Would you ask the same question if someone got bloody shot in the head and was missing a massive chunk? Drops to the floor. Oh, are you okay? No, they're bloody dying. Seriously. Immediately after rendezvousing with Mr. Vigilius, I was ambushed. And the attackers will be here any minute. where once her resolve had no faltering, even in her face of death. A grave look of despair now filled her eyes. How many hostiles? 2. While Mr. Virgilius was dealing with one of them, Virg was... Colour returned to Roger's face upon hearing Virgilius's name. Well, then maybe Virgilius already on his way back after wiping the floor with both of them. No, I don't think so. It's Charon. I lost her. They tore off the arm I was holding onto Charon with. I never should have let go. I never should have let that happen. Thou couldst not hold on to young Charon. Oh, what? Saudi grimaced, her expression an amalgamation of guilt and confusion. It was a far cry from her usual collected self. Did they take Charon hostage? Yes, I could not stop them from taking Charon. What about Pilot? Pilot was heavily wounded, but the last time I saw him, he was conscious. We should prepare for battle now. At least our current objective is clear, Executive Manager. First take out the pursuers, then rescue Charon, while the exact motive of the perpetrators is still yet to be revealed. Hello, Drex R2P. What are you playing? I am playing a game called Limbuscompany. I don't know how to describe it. A gacha game where we play as a man with a clock for a head. And we only got 12 people. And this person here's gotten their arm ripped off. We're about to enter battle. We may be facing multiple fronts. I believe picking up a transmission from HQ while running this way and Sodi buzz off while noise breaks through the truck silence. Any stations respond. Sodi froze up, staring at the radio speaker. Gregor was the first to act in her place. This is LCB, I read you. What is your situation? Over. HQ, research facility. Research facility? Under attack. My darling daughter, I hope you've been doing well for yourself out there. But don't you think it's about time you stopped playing and came home? Utter silence descended as a kindly calling cuts off the blood-curdling screams from the other side. The voice that came through the radio was nothing short of affectionate, and it was easy to gauge who the daughter was. The spiders have spun their web clock. Web? And it's woven so intrinsically that there's no way around it. That's when I recalled something Li Hang had mentioned, the spider's house. The house of spiders. Thinking back to how intense Ryoshu reacted then. Do you think that these attackers have something to do with that Li Hang guys from earlier? Unlikely. He was just one of my many passing tutors. Then who could have... It's the headquarters, for crying out loud. I don't know. The HQ, it's not the kind of place someone can just force their way into. Breaking into a place like that is completely unthinkable. What now? Usually I would use my intuition to choose the best course of action and lead the sinners during a mission. But who would have thought that the HQ, which was meant to brief us about the mission in the first place, would come under attack, especially while we're left without a guide? Fine, I don't expect them to come find me themselves. Once the spiders have spun their web, they tend to wait for the prey to stumble into it after all. The plume of cigarette smoke lingered for a moment before scattering into the air. When I looked at Ryoshu's face, what I saw was an expression of strange euphoria. Ryoshu, is this all just some amusing diversion for you? Swordy shot and increasingly look at Ryoshu, who was nonchalantly puffing the rest of her cigarette to ash. Don't get me wrong, yeah. It does kind of have the same art style, to be honest. I will give you that. Man, when does the combat stage begin? Sure is. The long-awaited moment has finally found me. Why wouldn't I be excited? That's just... But don't presume. My excitement for the coming pleasure will not interfere with my effectiveness. I've never once let enjoyment get in my way of taking the job seriously. Not ever. Not now. You said the assailants will be here soon. Is the one who took the driver coming too? Sharon? If anything happens to Miss Sharon, I wouldn't be able to bring myself to face the red gaze. Probably because you'd tear your bloody head off. We're talking about a dude that can run over like 100 miles an hour and has had an entire government try to kill him and live. I don't think you should be worried about his reaction. I think you should be worried about how long you'll live. This isn't going anywhere. The spiders won't hurt the driver. Oh yeah, Happy New Year. For me, it's already the new year. It's January 1st for me, but Happy New Year to you. She's just there bait to lure out the bigger prey. So stop panicking and set us up. It's unsightly. What? The back door of this truck, can it connect us directly to the HQ research facility right this instant? Wait, it can, but to use the backdoor portal that leads straight to the HQ, I need to verify the security code written specifically for each coordinate. It's going to take some time. Give us enough time to deal with your pursuers. As Swordy navigates through the vehicle's machinery with her remaining arm, the sinners all begin to keep watch on their surroundings, weapons at the ready. So, are we sure it's a good idea for us to head to the HQ? I feel like we're walking ourselves into a trap here. Of course you're walking into a trap. It's a damn spider's web. What if we're requested assistance from Dongyang instead? That can be a solution, yes. However, as this concerns our HQ, resolving this crisis with help from a wing, even one whose leader we are on good terms with, will require an enormous favor to be repaid. Your decision, Executive Manager. We'll head straight to the HQ research facility as soon as Swordy opens the portal. It wasn't hard to intuit that Ryoshu Turn had arrived, given her evident excitement. If so, the back door leading to the HQ, which Ryoshu intends to use, should be the path we're meant to take this time. Better prepare yourselves. What waits us without a single shred of doubt is hell. And there in its depths lies something that has always been waiting for me. Oitstrom above us, walking the vehicle's roof, we have been found. Oi, then shouldn't we get out of the truck before it caves in over our heads? No, P-Corp Singularity protects this truck, remember? Something that's supposed to keep whatever's inside safe. We should just lie low in here until... You sure about that? I can see a tinsy crack in the ceiling. A crack? Wait, makes no sense. The ceiling should be elastic enough to bend under most physical impacts, instead of cracking. It is true that the exterior of the vehicle transportation device utilizes P-Corp Singularity. That is why this truck is more spacious inside than it appears from the outside, and has good defenses against external forces. However, unlike the experimental model we boarded in P-Corp, this vehicle appears to be a more affordable model, using flexibly as a shuttle for the B4 team's deployment. That is to say that for a singularity technology to perform at a competent level, a higher level of investment is required. Budget models, even those of singularities, can still end up being countered. So they cheaped out. Then the assailant is not one of the nurse fathers from the House of Spiders. If it were one of them, the first shock would have shattered this wall into pieces. I suppose kicking off with the top dogs would have made for a rather bland story progression. The nurse fathers? Wait, you mean the same people Li Hang? We'll have time for speculation later. Executive manager, the ceiling's about to cave in. Go for the kill the moment they get inside. And they're inside. Who the hell is that? At the ready, man. Wait, don't engage. Though we were ready ourselves to skewer the intruder the moment he stepped inside, we have to immediately backtrack on the idea when we saw who he was carrying. Sharon? She is only unconscious and breathing still. I see you cut Storty's arm off so that you've had something to track her down with. And she has gone straight to seek help from her comrades. It was indeed a correct decision for us to wait and see how she'd react. The intruder continued, glancing towards Sorty, as if in response to that Ryoshu placed her hand on her scabbard. Ryoshu? BD-OK. They won't dare hurt the bus driver. So don't make a fuss, Clock. Huh? What do you mean she's okay, Ryoshu? Ryoshu ignored Sinclair and thrusted towards the intruder, her scabbard cleaving through the air. Oh, prepared that. Parried that, did you? Have you not regard for the hostage's life? You won't dare let her die unless you're planning to incur the Red Gazer's wrath. Like Ryoshu said, the intruder was only defending himself against her strikes without harming Sharon, just as the other sinners were stepping up to join the assault. I had intended to face you one at a time, as the propriety of honorable combat dictated, but unfortunately, since I cannot let you take her back until my master arrives. The intruder gestured with his hands, and strange, bizarre things dropped through the ceiling with a thump. What the hell are they? I'm hoping one of them's Pilot. I must resort to using some borrowed weapons. And those distortions or monsters of some kind? No. I think they're people. His master's Virgilius is supposed to be handling whatever that is, yeah. The color most illustrious must be deterred from wielding his full might on account of young Charon's capture. Then we rescue Charon and book it to HQ or wherever. That'll let the guard go all out. Yeah, that seems to be the best shot we have at this moment. Still, let's be careful and prioritize Charon's safety above all else. Yay, finally combat. Let's go. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Green, that's hopeless. Green, dominating. Green, green, purple. Vascular Tears. That's an interesting attack name. Wait, I'm gonna click on you. That is the ring corpus automaton kin combatant skill. Jab, vascular tears, muscle contractions, artwork, liberation of bones, concept of cardinal rhythm. What? Interesting. B Okay, that was not good. Now it's better. Not good. Come on. Damn it. What the hell is that? There we go. One is down. Two down. Wait, how many are there? Okay, I've got to defeat 8 more. Green, blue, neutral, damn it. Oh no, that one's favored, apparently. Well, 15, beat it by 1 point. Okay, yep, we've got 5 more to beat, so it's just these 5. Just go fully across the top. Alright, just admiring the combat that we won. Let's go. Oh wait, we can level up again? In that case, we can level up more. Only level 60. In that case, use up. Let's try and use up as many of the others as we can. You're level 60. There we go. You're level 60. I'll get the adepts to level 60 first. There we go. Now we are the approximate strength of a big brother. Who else? Who else? Yes, let's go across the top first. And we're out. Damn, we're gonna have to do grinding for once again. Neat. Do I want to do a pull? Do I want to do one? Nah, I'll do one at the end of the stream. Get right back into it. Recommended level 58. Yeah, nah. Oh, and he's just chilling back there. What is that stat? So, the summoners here lose 5 offense level. Okay. The sum apprentice Lucio. Skills. Tremor. Burn and tremor. Measuring blade. Passive. A textbook with a singular purpose. Encounter starts as summoners you command. Damn it, someone's at my door. Okay, I'm back. I've returned. Okay, onto a base attack skill into negative and breakable. Also, Clash losers deal 80 damage on any on-hit effect. Do not activate. Dulio. After clashing, inflict 1 Dulio escalates against a target this unit clashed against in a clash against target with heal SP for every dual escalate stack. Damn. Okay, this is, I guess we really are moving up in the world. Damn. Okay, these two seem to be the most dangerous attacks. So I'll have you two deal with them. Neutral and neutral, damn. Another adept to go after him. Let's go. And the rooster goes first. Followed by the rabbit. Hare. And then the Lord of Hongyang. And comes back the rooster. Lonesome stand. That's the kind of music I'd expect from a, I forgot what it's called, but like bullfighting. Just focus on my voice, everyone. I'm here to help. Good for you. Except I've got bigger fish to fry. That's a favored. Neutral, 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 favored. Neutral, neutral. Neutral. Struggling. Hopeless. Struggling. Damn. And we don't have any ego. That's not good. I still don't know what the hell that is. Flicked Rupture. And Death Right. Excellent, but your form needs some additional correction. Damn it, Rooster. Good job, Snake. Right, so what are we affected by, Charon? When clash with the Psalm Apprentice feature, clash power, damn it. That sucks. Battle Blood Instinct. So can I look at all these? Nothing I haven't seen before, mostly. Okay, that's not good. Yep, he's doing his ultimate. I'm not even gonna look up. Unopposed. It's aiming at the Lord of Hongyang, damn. Unclashable, damn. Literally the best I can do. It's not really a good spot for me to be in, I'll be honest. Let's try and get one of them out, to be honest. Let's try and get one of those damn bodies out. Ah. I hope we've inflicted him with Tremor. Then drove him into the negative, so maybe that can give us a boost. There we go, one dead. Oh, 1 point! Yo, wait! Yes, we did it! We did it! He lived! 2 damage, 3 damage, 4 damage. And it immediately got replaced, damn it. Well, looks like every time I beat one of these, every time I beat one of these, they get replaced, so I shouldn't focus on them more than we already have to. Automated and fiber. Damn. Dominating. 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 There we go. Had no chance against him here. Gregor is the GOAT. Textbook. Textbook. Clash power +1 clashing against target with dual escalation. Okay, so all we gotta do is worry about that guy. You can occupy him. Neutral, neutral. Dominating. Dominating. You can take over that one. I guess this is the advantage of actually having a proper team. Oh, we got him staggered. Hell yeah.
이것 봐. 환상체를 제압하는 건 우리만으로 충분하잖아.
조금만 더 힘내자. 이제 정말 개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
Okay, I am back. Just did not want to cut in the middle of that fight. Anyway, we have 2 staggers. We'll use that on him. Anyway, everyone attack this now. For him. Damn. Ryoshi staggered.
잠깐만 기다려. 눈을 떼지
Do not avert your eyes even for a moment, lest you be ensnared by an internal wandering. Okay, did 0 damage. Why'd that do 0 damage? Oh, he ran off. Oh, he sees the back door side of the truck. Even if the portal opens, we can't. Doesn't change what needs to be done. We take care of him, get the bus girl, and head off to HQ. For fuck's sake. We can't even fight full out. Despite Ryoshi's assurance, the sinners did not share her confidence that no harm would come to Charon. So they were confined to fending off the animated corpses, unable to fight aggressively. Ryoshi was the only one unfazed enough to raise her sword against the assailant in this cramped battlefield. Bothersome little half-wit. Arms straight. I said how many times? Just how many times must I repeat myself? Oh, stop making a fuss. It could have had that much... on your feet. Get off your ass. What makes you think you deserve a break? Quit being a whiny little brat and pick up that sword. Slash straight. See? That wasn't so hard, was it? If I ever hear you whining again, I'll rip your hair clean off your head. So get your act together. You're no stronger than this sword style. The Palermite style, I have been trained in it as well. Did you learn it from Valencia, the booze hound? I must ask you not to insult her with such a crude epithet. My master gave me an order when she imparted this style to me, to tamper and hone it until my master of it becomes indistinguishable from yours. My swordcraft is now on par with that of your past self, when you still belong to the House of Spiders. Learning it without understanding anything, and only obsessively copying me. Wasting time over such mimicry. beyond ridiculous.
모방뿐이라면
If you're no more than a copycat, then the angle of the wrist, the distance between the feet, and the balance of the sword itself, every one of these has to be exactly, because even a single incongruity.
왜 처맞을
Are you
걸
actually that incompetent, or do you enjoy the beating? Maintain your stance.
하지 않은 대가리
Don't
쓰지
bother
말고
your stupid little head trying to be clever and just stick to what you've been taught. Take what you memorized and move. The sooner you become the blade that cuts through all, the better. Only then can I.
언제 무너질지
Will break your
모르는
form,
예정이
making your swordsmanship as precautious as a tightrope. Walk heading straight for a fall. You're no different from those wind-up dolls over there. Call me a wind-up doll all you want. It doesn't matter. You likewise are unable to recall and properly wield the Palermite style, which tells me my usefulness has not yet run its course. I must perfect every form you've been taught, even if I must repeat the same stance 1,000, no 10,000 times over. If I am to be a perfectly tailored textbook for you.
내놈 같은
What if
애들이
I
있을
said
필요가
I had no need
없겠네.
for childish study aids? Your rejection is inconsequential. My role as your textbook has already begun. Then I will illustrate my very own art for you,
형체조차 남지
until
않게
you've
갈라버리는
slashed and cleaved beyond recognition. Damn, my eyes torn out again. Yep, I landed on the right place. That's my ticket, all right. I told you, Lucio. You could spend years honing your skills, but that still won't be enough to catch up to our Yoshihide. That has gotta hurt like a bitch. The man staggered a little, his head jerked to the side from the impact of the blow. Isn't it obvious now that you've seen it yourself? How sad and pathetic your progress is. This is the problem with the greenhorns who haven't had a taste of war. They don't know what it's like to crawl through the muck and grime of the battlefield, where the slightest inadvertence can get your head blown clean off. When faced with a superior opponent, don't just rely on brawn, but redirect the force of their attack to the side by locking their arc with the tip of your sword. I've said it time and again. And when you're outnumbered, lower your form and draw wide arcs with your sword. Did you forget everything I drilled into you after shouting myself hoarse? Secure a corner. Force them to get to you in a single file. Secure a corner, force them to get you a single file, because positioning is everything. Didn't I tell you all of this before? If Yoshihide is to recall even one more lesson from me, the textbook can't afford to have any defects. Forgive me, Master. But you did manage to collect this one as intrinsic. Maybe you've not completely useless after all. Hatred sick in her voice, Ryoshu hissed, the some nurse father, under her breath as she shifted into a blade drawing stance against the second assailant. Hey, how have you been doing, Ticket? Your form's really become a wretch since you were away. Just seeing that sloppy grip makes me sigh. I had to beat that habit out of you back in the day, remember? Still, this reunion's been a long time coming, so I suppose I owe you a bit of courtesy. You're old enough now to understand what I'm saying without me having to resort to the occasional backhand, aren't you? Ticket. Still intent on calling me that, huh? Clearly you're still just a sad sack of shit stuck wallowing in a sinkhole of your own making. Did you just call me a sack of shit? Bitch, you should know your place before barking at your betters. Sensing a sudden presence outside, the so-called nurse father snatched Sharon into her arm and swiftly assumed a fighting stance. Yo, it's him, the goat. Showing us once again what it looks like to aura farm on the sinners. Hell yeah.
힘껏 찔러놓고 으깨놨지만 저것들은 언젠가 다시 재생하겠지. 내가 부서지고 파괴되어도 다시 교.
Sigh. Manager Dante, it seems that I must apologize for what has happened today. Virgilius, I was stalled by my personal issues and a certain unresolved business from the past. Verge, you're hurt. They're not from these assailants, so don't worry needlessly. It just so happens that I was involved in a rather troublesome matter prior to encountering them. It's all my fault, Red Gaze. I should have protected her. Sordy's voice trembled as she apologized profusely to Virgilius. No, this happened because I could not stop him from going after you. And of course, he had to go for your arm. That wound's looking worse by the second. Go get it treated the moment we deal with this situation. I will. Virgilius met the nurse father's gaze head on. The finger that makes up for their incompetence with duplicating and cowardice, only to hide it all behind their mask of honor. You appeared exactly as we received the transmission that the HQ research facility was under attack. Then you propose here must be to stall me by any means, even if you have to resort to an old and tired method like taking a hostage. Yes, that's the way you're reacting to this. I nailed it. Choose your cake. Remember, Ticket, remember what I told you when you so immodently stuffed your face with that cake and smeared cream all over yourself, smiling like an idiot. And such filth makes me want to smack the cake to the floor. So don't you dare let even a hint of craving for the cake while I'm looking, no matter how sweet and delicious it might be. What did I say, Ticket? What did I say? If you're gonna start trouble, you better not show it on your face, else I'll catch on. Stop fucking around and tell me straight. Tell me, why are you... You know what? Be like that. Keep mum and brood in silence and you want. All you want. That. I'll find that. And I'll split. You're not getting past me. You think this eye is just for show. Well, Valencia, I don't know how much confidence you're putting in that eyeball, but I doubt you'll stare on me for long with that half-functioning relic of yours. A trickle of blood had begun dripping down the intruder's cheek from her covered eye. Ah, this. But she grinned without a care. Oh yeah, it started hurting more and more the closer I got to Ticket. But it's gonna get better. Ticket's about to leave this place, you see. Shithead. You're not here to kill me, are you? Shithead. Rude bitch. Have you forgotten all about manners? The woman seemed to be having a hard time holding her hand back from striking Ryoshu. But after a few deep breaths, she visibly relaxed and continued on.
그걸 알면
Glad you finally figured that out. Now fuck off as soon as the back door opens.
다른 아비들이
The other
기다리고
nurse
있으니까
fathers are waiting for you there, so show some proper manners. I'm gonna pour myself a drink real quick. Just gonna pour myself some lemonade. Because recently I've given up Pepsi and switched to lemonade. Wish I could move my mini fridge underneath my desk.
아, 머릿속이 뒤죽박죽이라 바로바로 떠올리기 힘들어.
Oh, or is that brain of yours too messed up to remember who and which is which? Why don't you take this time to think of what you're gonna say to them?
잠깐만요.
Hey, hold on. If you're gonna let us go anyway, why don't you just let Chuck
아가리.
zip it? Some nurse father muttered viciously.
나는
I hate presumptuous idiots who don't know their place,
끼어드는 거
butting into
제일
conversations.
싫어해.
Friends of yours, ticket?
티켓. 그렇다.
Yeah.
그래?
That's so, then I don't suppose there's anything wrong with sending them all there.
괜찮겠네. 먹잇감이
After all,
알아서 날아오고.
why discourage a swarm of flies from flying straight into a web when spun? Her eyes fixed intently on Virgilius, the some nurse father slowly backed away from the back door and opened the way for us. The back door to the HQ hasn't opened yet. We have to rescue Charon first then. Do not hesitate, Dante. That is indeed the path you must bring the sinners to. Virgilius continued coldly as though he was reading my mind. In fact, you should go through the back door like she says if you want to help Charon. This entire circumstance at the back door has been engineered to hold me and only me back. And what awaits beyond the back door is what they have orchestrated to summon you and Sinner 4 there.
그 말대로야.
Correct. I wouldn't want to dash off red.
색이 걸렸다가
Want your dash off red?
기껏 엮어둔
To
그
snip our elaborate web to pieces.
본사까지의 포탑.
Portal connection to HQ almost established.
그런데
But
이건
every firewall protecting connections to the HQ has been bypassed. What? Then it must be via the defense's back door or back doors throughout which the intruders have broken in. Portal connection to HQ established.
따라올 텐가?
Coming with.
파우스트가 가면
If Faust goes, I'll be the only one left here who knows how to operate the back door. Calibrator.
저는
I'll stay behind, at least until Mr. Virgilius rescues Charon.
그럼 먼저 가지.
Then we'll go on ahead. As always, Roshi did not prolong the conversation. She did not bother to impart even a quick goodbye. As she walked into the shadows that awaited us beyond the corridor, I gave Sordy a nod in her stead. Dante. The fourth sinner's thread is pulled tightly. It is precisely close to snapping, but it is also sharper than any blade, that it might sever all that it comes into contact with. You must remember that. What kind of thread is Virgilius talking about? Snapping, severing? I wasn't yet sure what exactly he was referring to, but it won't be severed, not when the chains bind us together. I replied absently, rubbing the area where the chain that connected me to the sinners had burst out of. Let us proceed, Dante. With Virgilius's words hanging heavily over us, we made our way into the back door connecting to the HQ facility. Damn, that's a lot of reading.
좋아.
Nice, just look at how vibrant this place has become. I hope the next prey gives a good show too. Huh. A web. Or a... Ah, damn my eye. I'm gonna put on my glasses, actually. Where the hell's my glasses? Wait, why do I have 7 notifications all of a sudden? Oh, Everett. Everett messaged me. Be safe. Don't you dare go hollow. Gosh, don't you dare go hollow. Yeah. Wait, why do I have a note? Wait, what is this? Announcements. What is this? Just a Happy New Year's. Crap, I do not know how any way to reply to Everett's message. Where the hell are my glasses? Where'd I put them? What the hell did I just step in? Damn it. I will be right back. I stepped in something. And I am back. I still have no idea where my glasses are. I had to go to the bathroom. Where did I put my glasses? My left eye's stinging. I really should be wearing them. If I'm playing games and all that, I should really be wearing them. But where the hell did I place it? Oh well. Okay, I've got no idea what else to send, so I'm just going to send that GIF. Mutilated memories. Arriving at the LCE department. Boy, what in the... The sight that greeted us was nothing like what we remember from the last visit for the regular checkup. We're too late. I thought the HQ reinforcements would be holding the line, or at least, very least, that I'd walk into a battle. Yet there was nobody left standing, much less making a run for it. All we could see were bodies slumped along the floor, filling the corridor in motionless silence. This is just awful. I never thought the ship would go down this badly. Faust, have you got any idea how many of the LCE are actually combat ready? The ego gear they wear are researched and extracted with combat purposes in mind. The LCE tends to encounter more combat tryouts and experiments compared to the other research facility focused departments. The vast majority of its employees are required to have completed basic training pertaining to the aforementioned. As for the ego equipment, although the current research and extraction process may be sophisticated enough to see some considerable results in combat, it would seem that they were ill-equipped to handle a pre-planned ambush such as this. That chance those lab nerds could do anything in a real fight, let alone against the spiders out on the prowl. The memories came flooding back, researchers jotting down our checkup results on piles of paper, and Hoheim, with his droopy, tired eyes, loafing through the files. We barely exchanged goodbyes when he rounded up the burnt-out lab staff, who were already pulling their hairs out from the sheer level of stress to oversee another experiment in progress. Result, if you happen to notice anyone who looks like Hoheim, let me know ASAP. I have identified 3 bodies in various states that make immediate recognition challenging. However, their stature and attire makes it extremely unlikely that any of them are Hoheim. From the look of it, they probably didn't even get the chance to put up any meaningful resistance before they were killed. With a glum look in his eyes, Gregor examined the bodies strewn across the floor. Out of 32 bodies, 26 indicate physical trauma. Identical? Every one of them has a spiral-shaped perforation on the center of the chest, over where the heart is. Their cause of death seems to be the same type of spiral weapon they are holding in their hand, manager. These spirals, I think they pulled them out themselves, but why would... Soft. Ryoshu cast her gaze down, quietly eyeing her palm. From the cryptic words and the contemptuous look on her face, I could easily guess that she was taking a trip through the shadows of her past, touching an invisible object with her palm and feeling its texture in search for something that should have been there in her hand. I've been through enough to know that we would be revisiting her past together. However... What I witnessed was completely different from the memories of other sinners I've been so far. The vision I saw was completely fragmented, as if a blade had cut up her memories into pieces. Within Ryoshu's memory, something did indeed rest in her palm, however. I couldn't even make out whether its hue was color to black or white. What it's some kind of food, or weapon, or something else entirely. Even the expression that crossed her face when she saw it and the words that slipped from her lips in the moment escaped me. Hello, Ochizit. Yes, I am playing Limbus Company. The title was me trying to make something that I thought Ryoshu would say. And probably failing, poorly failing. Welcome to the stream. Crap. I almost dropped something off my desk. One thing I saw for sure, though, was that the person who, in a likelihood, had given it to her was letting out a lazy puff of smoke swirling in the air. We're not looking at Ryoshu, are we? Watching Ryoshu's reaction in complete ease. I gazed back upon the cryptic sense of Ryoshu's memory that flashed before my eyes. Ryoshu, is there anything you remember? Saru. That name's all I can remember. You mean, as you've seen, Clock, my mind has been hacked to tatters. The sequence and the shapes, everything is in tangles. There is nothing I can explain about my memory. It seems we've gotten the gist of the situation. The worst case scenario here would be a breach from the outside happened while abnormalities, distortions, and precapsular break containment all at once. Actually, that's really likely. Look at that there. Those, I believe, were containment cells, and each one of them seems to have held damage, meaning most likely what happened was during the fight they were breaching abnormalities purposefully. Or trying to sow chaos by breaching whatever systems they have in there in order to keep them contained. Well, now that's a situation I really don't even want to think about. We'd be fighting trespassers and all kinds of monsters broken loose. Precisely, that sums up our present circumstance. Maybe we'll get to fight an Aleph for once. Who knows? Right. Otis wasted no time to deliver the conclusion that killed everyone's morale. Let's start from the beginning. First, the LCE department found itself under attack by a group of identified hostiles 2 hours prior. The weapons used to massacre the researchers are not uniform. The victims appear to have been killed with a various assortment of arms. My darling daughter. Eyes on me. When using straight weapons that leave the farthest reaching arcs. Eyes on me when using weapons that kill with the tiniest incisions. Eyes on me when using flexible weapons that crush anything that can make contact with. What a tangled mess, just like that bastard. Hard to tell what kind of weapon they were using here, damn. Okay, I finished my glass of Pepsi. Ryoshu whipped her hair back, furrowing her eyebrows in annoyance. Safe to say that the killer is adept with at least 3 different types of weapons. Moving on. This was a surprise attack carried out without any delay whatsoever, and the LCE had no time to even plan a counterattack. It was, lack for a better word, a massacre. Now here's something that demands our attention. It appears that invaders have the abnormalities containment units opened, noticed, only after they confirmed that the surprise attack had been carried out successfully. That sure is fishy. I mean, shouldn't it be the other way around? Unlock the containment units first, let the monsters wreak havoc through the facility, then swoop in during the chaos and finish off the stragglers. That'd be the easiest course of action. Indeed. The enemy's strategy is highly unusual. As for why they resorted to such an unusual move, there are 2 plausible explanations. Firstly, that the enemy may be comprised of fighters skilled enough to forego a diversion tactic. You mean they could be more who are as strong as the woman in the truck who kidnapped Sharon? Just pour myself another cup of Pepsi. I mean, no, not Pepsi, lemonade.
두 번째
Secondly,
일종의
that the enemy may have purposefully unleashed the abnormalities from the cages as a follow-up measure. Follow-up measure? Art thou implying the villains sought to disguise their vile attack? No, the chance of a cover-up is almost non-existent unless they had precise knowledge of scavenger abnormalities that could devour the corpses clean. The enemy would never have left such identifiable wounds on their victims. It makes more sense that their goal was to delay HQ's main reinforcements and keep them from reaching the scene on time as we did.
시간을 끈다는군.
A delay tactic, I see. Maybe they were looking for something. Possible? They must have had a specific objective in mind when they broke through. Which means whatever they're looking for should be here somewhere. Something elusive and so well hidden that they had to distract us just by buying themselves some time. We need to hurry then. Man, those kind of look a bit like the nails that Nagel and Hammer used. Now we've got a combat. And we're fighting a crapload of Picatula.
야음을 틈타.
Why'd my phone just go off? Ah, Doobie went live.
저희에게 유리한 상황입니다.
Okay, I don't really know why I have the blood meter there, because I don't have any blood fiends. Anyway, how many waves are we dealing with? Okay, we're dealing with quite a few. Let's try to get these guys cleared off as fast as possible. Picatulum.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는데 성공했습니다.
Picatulum.
이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
So that's how you're supposed to say it then. Picatulum. Picatulum. I know, I've heard it said Picatula before, I think. But Picatulum does sound more correct. This is not helping my eyes. Where'd I put my glasses, damn it?
환상체를 제압하는 건 우리만으로 충분하잖아.
While this battle goes on, I'm going to quickly look for my glasses. Again. Oh, there they are. I put them on top of my PC. Damn, they're dusty.
아까의 공격으로 인해서 적에게 많은 피해를 입혔어. 적들이 충분히 나약해졌다는 거지. 끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
Honestly, I want this one dead solely so it doesn't blow up. Picatulum. Picatulum. Is my spelling, is how I say Picatulum really that bad?
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 길쭉이 죽었다는 완벽한 공격이었어.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Need to wipe my glasses.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
조금만 더 힘내자. 이제 정말 개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
Okay, my glasses are now cleaned. Just packing up my cleaning equipment, and I'm back in the game. Okay. Oh yeah, man, the wheel looks weird with arms. Very weird. That one should just be able to die from one good attack. I trust the cock to do it. pngtuberen. Depending on how far I get through this chapter today, I may be doing a Library of Wiener stream tomorrow. If I'm not able to get through all the currently released material for this, then I'll be doing another one of these tomorrow. I don't want it to be another Season 8 situation where I'm streaming it for over like a month. And then don't even finish streaming it, and just finish it in my off time. I don't even have enough attackers. Damn.
아직 죽지 않아.
목을 떨궈주마.
Ah, my ears. Oh, we got the fatty. We got the fatty right here. Right here, we got the big boy. The biggest boy. The big boy. Biggest boy. Right here, the fat guy. The Chunkosaurus. The Pacatulum Luxuria Class 2 fatty. Dominating. 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 Let's kill the fatty. Jump the fatty.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 하나 넘고, 둘 넘고, 꺾고 제쳐라.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여 나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가보자.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했군.
There we go, doing decent damage.
바로 정보의 힘입니다.
There we go, the fatty's down.
모두가 말한 대로 방어적인 대응은 확실히 전면전보다
Honestly, was not that hard.
하지만 이래서야 환상체에게도 지나치게 친절한 대응 아닌가?
I think that one's going to take a bit more hits to take down.
넌
Oh no, that one's taken down quite easily.
이제 끝내지. 징계팀 직원이라면 당연한
That one was as well.
저희 직원들이 개체의 부위를
있는 힘껏
파괴했어요.
찔러놓고 으껴놨지만
미리 훈련하길
저것들은
잘했죠?
언젠가 다시 재생하겠지. 내가 부서지고 파괴되어도 다시 교체되는 것처럼.
또 한 줄.
Here we go.
남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만
Even more
세월이
Pacatulum.
지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
가보실까? 정신교육의 효과가 보이는군.
And we're starting off fighting the fatty.
직원들의 증오심은 환상체를 쳐죽이는 원동력이다. 당장이라도 갈아마시려는 저 눈빛 마음에 들어.
There we go.
시비수에게 나왔나. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살리지
Damn it.
마라. 친히 목을 떨궈주마.
Here we go. 16. That went pretty well. It's a good thing those attacks don't attack us.
잘했다. 칭찬은 생략하는 게 좋겠지.
응원도 결국은 나약한 자들이
Okay.
듣고 싶어하는 위안일
Direct that towards the fatty.
정보팀은 조금 더 가치 있는 걸 추구하는 부서 아니겠습니까?
Go there. And 2 greens.
일기당천. 목을
Don't really want that guy to blow up.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
There we go.
놈을 틔울 수도 없- 대체에게 치명적인
No more blowing up, boy.
성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
제어 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아.
And man, that sucked.
완벽한 공격이었어.
숨통 끊기.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여 나갔어.
1 point. Damn it, Heathcliff.
이 기세로 계속 나아가 보자.
Well, it's a good thing you like burn on yourself or whatever it is. Damn masochistic
전
cock.
공격처럼 개체에게 치명적인 일격을 가해봅시다.
Aim for the fatty. Every available person attack the fatty.
불가 위야.
I'm aware this is not sound strategy, but I would like the fatty dead. Damn it, I trusted you. Did not seem to like the taste of you. You preferred the horse.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
아까의 공격으로 인해서 대상에게 많은 피해를 입혔어. 적들이 충분히
Okay, that should be enough to deal with you.
끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
Okay, horse, go at him. Go.
일기당천.
There we go, 2 points, and 7 points above.
넌
Because pick a tulip. Pick a tulip.
가치 없고. 주지.
Okay.
내지.
Because pick a tulip. I am sorry, I do not get the joke.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고.
I do not get the joke, unfortunately.
이것 봐. 환상체를 제압하는 건 우리만으로 충분하잖아.
직전의 공격처럼
Yep,
개체에게
another boomer.
가해봅시다.
We got a boomer. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. It has somewhat cute eyes. That one. Oh well. Damn, how many people can't even distort? I mean, damn, imagine not being even able to distort. You just fail and become one of these things. Like, damn.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Up, 2 above. 4 above. No, 5 above, sorry. There we go. Finally, we got a hit on him.
닭은 달려들어라. 저 해충들을 도려내.
Get him, cock.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가해봅시다. 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
Wait, how is it a 50-50? Those aren't good odds. Damn, how many people are distorting them, considering how many Pikachu we've come across? Unless the ratio is very heavily skewed towards Picatulum, that's really bad. It's skeptical. Yeah.
적들이 충분히 나약해졌다는 거지. 끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
Wonder what kind of Picatulum Philip would have become if he failed to distort. Actually, never mind. I think he would have become that thing. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even remember which ones I was attacking. My mind just hit a blank again. No idea why it keeps doing that.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이다.
부위 파괴. 무기를 휘두르는 걸 멈추지 마. 이제 시작일 뿐이잖아.
There we go. There we go. Oh, that was a good roll. Makes sense though, they're at 45. Yep, just a single swing from the chicken.
상황이 끝나면 티페리트에게
He's at 26 burn.
이 정도면 엔젤라님에게도 증명할 수 있어.
Oh yeah, he's gonna take damage as well.
이래, 토끼 따위의 형.
Should I get him to use one of these? Nah. Let's just go overkill on these guys.
흑수묘, 뜀박질충.
They better all die from this round. There we go, horse mode. One's dead. One staggered.
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래?
개체 부위가 파괴되었으니
No Cartman.
대응 매뉴얼을 어느 정도 숙지했나 보군.
저것들은 언젠가 다시 재생하겠지. 내가 부서지고 파괴되어도 다시 교체되는 것처럼.
Wait, what even... Do the Picatulers even communicate with Cartman? Do they have any communication with her, or is it just like they can't even get to that step? Like, they don't pass go. You know what? Let's do a quick 10 pull. I'm aware I should be saving. And I got nothing. This is why I never get anything on, Walpurgis Night. Because I gamble. Paradox of the Spiral. I'd call it like with you... Well, I'm gonna need to throw that word. I don't know how to read that word. I'm gonna quickly, throw that into Google. The quality of being the only one of its kin. Oh, uniqueness. I don't know why I could not read uniqueness for a second. Damn, I'm an idiot. Damn. I chalk it up to me being sick, but I'm always sick, so it's not an excuse, really. As we were battling our way through the escape Picatulum, Gregor came to a sudden stop. Wait. Do you fellas hear something? Sounds like breathing, it's faint. If your ploy isn't your unique struggle, but a simple ploy of a sin. You know what? That would make sense. That would actually partially make sense. Wait, wouldn't that mean that every single burn unit would just become one of the Rathacatulum? Yeah. You become identical to that sim. So what you're saying is, if someone from the, I forgot what it's called. The people that use fire weapons. I forgot which association it is, but if someone from that association were to distort, they'd become one of these things then. Considering all of their attacks are based around wrath. Oh no, they've got personalities. You know, good point. I guess they do have personalities. So it's just a common rabble on the streets that... So it's just the common no-name characters that become Picatula. You gotta be a name character in order to become a distortion then. Have to suffer only with wrath. Wait, do you fellas hear something? Sounds like breathing, it's faint. I hear it.
이쪽 부근이군.
In this general direction. Result stares at the giant containment chamber door where it lay on the ground smashed and knocked loose.
최종이나
How
탐지기
likely
가능성.
is it that it might be a Bacatulum or an enemy combatant? Speaking of fairy,
낮은 편이다.
unlikely. The breathing is stable and shallow, like that of a wounded human. Hey Otis, it'd be right that we try to save them if you're even the smallest chance that they're savable, right? I suppose that could at least not so negative impression of us on the HQ. We knelt around the fallen door, slippered our fingers under the debris and lifted the door rose, a loud metallic creak. Ah, shit. It's a name character. Underneath the door was a woman, her breathing shallow. Yeah. I actually liked her. Why couldn't it have been Pilot? Why couldn't Pilot have been the one to die in her place? Pilot deserved it, not her. Maybe in a better timeline. Maybe in a better timeline, Pilot was there lying dying instead of her. She didn't deserve this. Hey, she was one of Hoheim's researchers who guided us through the regular checkup. Pilot armor, yeah. Why does he have so much plot armor? Does someone at Project Moon dislike him or something? Because I do not like him. The day he dies is the day I get to cross a name off my book. Alyssa. I'm Alyssa, yeah? I didn't think you'd remember my name.
기억 못하실 것 같아서.
Alyssa. Damn. Well, I actually liked her. Alyssa slowly shared her name, her voice stained as if she was squeezing the air out of her lungs. She was covering her chest with her hands overcome with pain. Yeah, from the design of that weapon, you can't even stitch the wound. It would create a wound that's basically unstitchable. The second she removes it, she'd bleed out. But maybe she doesn't die, true. Maybe. I hope she doesn't die. Still. If she removed that, though, you can't even stitch the wound. You can somewhat tell that from its pattern. I'm pretty sure weapons like that are actually classified as a war crime. Okay, Miss Alyssa, are you? Every breath hurts so much. I couldn't call out for help. I think that's the point of the weapon. Put someone in so much pain they can't even scream for help. Reminds me of what Boss used to say. We're not the main character of the story, so upon the proverbial coin flip, we can only wait to see if it lands on heads or tails. You don't know how much of a war crime it is yet. What do you mean I don't know how much of a war crime it is? The hell are you implying? Look into... Damn it. Which layer is my PNG? Which layer is my PNG? There it is. Look into my lifeless PNG eyes. What do you mean I don't know how much of a war crime it is yet? Look into the eye. Okay, now I'm going to need to figure out how to put myself back. Which layer am I on? pngtuber, here's my PNG layer. Gonna have to move him down here. Do it. I really should have did this in PNG Studios instead of doing it manually on OBS. There we go. Good enough. Today's medicine, bro. Wait, what do you mean? From the pattern, it looks like something I had in a woodworker in my school's woodworking room. Those things can't be stitched. Alyssa let out a brief, dejected chuckle before whining in pain. With pain. Lady,
무슨 농담 따먹기야.
laddie, seems to me you're in plenty of pain. This is hardly the time to be joking about. Hold on this steak. Alyssa's hand was grasped around the same spiral-shaped rod that the bodies in the hallway were holding. Good point, K-Corp Amules. True. Well, they literally just return your body to your previous state. Like when, I forgot his name, turned into you-know-what, when he decided to swim in it. Really wasn't a good choice on his part, to be honest. Wonder if that would have hurt. What happened here? The alarm system. The alarm didn't go off. Even the smallest accident or issue triggers the alarm to go off in our department. Boss Hoheim was adamant about installing that system, said that he didn't want to repeat the fall of Lobotomy Corporation. A pain grimace crept into Alyssa's expression as she tried to calmly continue her explanation. It wasn't just from that what was staked through her chest. The alarm system didn't go off, not even when the employees realized the facility was under attack. No, it's not supposed to behave that way. It wasn't. We waited quietly as Alyssa caught her breath and calmed down. The light suddenly died. We thought it was the experiment we were conducting. Boss groused from time to time about how much energy it eats. I'm a don't. I have no idea what you mean by that. Oh, damn it. I should have noticed then that something was off. Alyssa blamed herself to no avail, her voice growing faint. Wait a second, wouldn't these people be able to extract power from these abnormalities? Or is that what they're researching? Extracting power? So I thought it was just a temporary power outage. I leave you to this cutscene. Okay. No one thought much of it because it didn't trigger the alarm system. Yeah, it's understandable. I was heading to the research hall to retrieve something, and that's when I heard the sound of a dress shoes click-clack echoing throughout the dark hallway. Not too slow, not too fast, a relaxed but disciplined gain. No one in our department walked like that. We're always so busy that we always walk in a slight jog. Then a terrible dying scream followed. Before the massacre began, like a hellish nightmare that just wouldn't end. No one knew what was going on. All I knew was that I had to run, and something whistled through the wind and felt something hot across my chest. I looked down and saw this thing had pierced me. Then I passed out. When I woke up, someone had forcibly unlocked all the containment units. Yeah, I think that's bloody obvious. They're broken open. Abnormalities, potential, even distortions running amok, and I was pinned down by a containment unit door that got knocked off its frame. So you weren't with Hoheim or the other people when it occurred? Boss must have been by the conference hall. Could you get the pen and paper from my pocket? Alyssa drew a simple map on a piece of torn paper. I don't know if the others are safe, but follow this map and you should at least be able to see for yourself, or at least get a clue of what's happened. There, we get the general idea. Now let's have a look at that wound. Gregory replied calmly. Bollocks, that wound keeps bleeding. This ain't your usual weaponry. Oi, you're recognizing this? Heathcliff asked Otis with a palpable concern. From the way it looks, the more the victim moves, the deeper it will drive into their flesh. Perhaps a workshop product designed to stall and take combatants out of commission rather than to kill outright. If the assailants had the wherewithal to use weapons like this, then they could have very well easily killed the victims then and there too. Was the purpose really just to stall them, or was it some fascination? It seems that staying still is what saved your life. That was wise of you. Yeah, I don't know about wise. It hurts too much to even think about moving anyway. Perhaps ought to close the wound or rapidly heal it be the remedy were we to extract the vile weapon. Yeah, you're not gonna walk around with that thing in your chest forever, right? Let's pull it out, get the wound treated, and... It's no use. Ryoshu spat out a reply. It's no use? Is it the kind of device that physically can't be removed? No, pulling it out isn't the hard part. It's just inadvisable. If we force it out of her, then she'll end up like those bodies in the hallway. Yep, this spiral burrows endlessly to reach the other side, but paradoxically it cannot punch through all the way, because it will never arrive at that point. Sweetheart, this is called a spiral. Once it is lodged inside a body, even the slightest of movements will make it burrow deeper into the flesh, forcing the victim to remain perfectly still. It may not sting any worse than a prick of a thorn at first, but the more you try to yank it free, the further it drills into your body. But no matter how much it keeps digging, it will never make it to the other side. The closer it gets to the end, the slower it becomes. It can never meet its end point. You know how to unlock it, yes? I'll give you 3 once you return with the job done. Remember, if you try to pull it out without the... It will tear out everything it's tangled itself with as it burrows through. So stay put exactly as you are if you want to live. All I could see were these fragments of her memories, its remnants. If you try to pull it out without the... matching, then... Once again, I recalled Ryoshu's shattered memories with the distinct feeling of drawing something up to the surface, the sceneries from her mutilated memories. As it was gently the case, I did not know how exactly I did it. It just came natural to me, the moment I wished for it to happen. See anything, clock? Ryoshu, what if that spiral needs a certain combination of numbers, like a password? To resolve the spiral paradox, you need to find the correct pair. If you try to pull it out without a matching number, then the sword and the scarab, yin and yang, the past and the future, me and you, everything regrettable is paired together with an awfully stubborn connection. Do you understand what it means to die? What it means to be to sever something? For a brief moment, an odd expression appeared on Ryoshu's face. White hair. Do speak. The spiral can be disabled. It must have something to do with numbers, like the clock said. but I don't exactly remember what it needs. Know anything about a spiral-shaped weapon called the Tortus Spiral?
파우스트를
It
사용하는
seems that
방법은
you've come to understand, if only marginally, how Faust is to be used.
제가 해당 장치를
As I have
시각적으로
usually
확인하면
observed, the devices of Ryoshu has provided certain keywords to narrow the results Faust can now know. Did you say how you're to be used? Ignoring the curious look from the sinners, Faust carefully walked up to the body and unclasps a spiral from her hand.
제논의 거북
Xenos Tortuous Spiral is what Faust calls this device.
그렇게 불립니다.
After some time, Faust pulled the bottom part of the spiral, opening its hatch.
자물쇠입니다.
It is a lock. The spiral requires a 7-digit combination to release.
또한
Also, the spiral's infinitely barring nature, despite its inability to even penetrate the heart, explains why Miss Alice's bleeding will not stop. If it is locked, can't we use a fairy to open it? Yeah, do we have a fairy on us? You know, a singularity that's gonna cost thousands, like millions to have. Yeah, as if we're gonna have that on hand. And even if we did have on hand, I'm pretty sure no one in this facility is gonna have it, considering they're all just random researchers. That's kind of a dumb question, Otis. I mean, seriously. Fairy? She speaks of F-Corp singularity. If the spiral is locked, as you say, then would not a technology to unlock anything make for a perfect countermeasure? Theoretically, a fairy should indeed be able to unlock it. However, what must first be considered is the value of the technology applied to this spiral weaponry. Then only an expensive fairy would guarantee a successful outcome, which would be hard to come by at this immediate moment. Ryoshu and the rest of these are stared at the spiral lock with a degree of trepidation. We weren't going to be able to brute force with a 7-digit lock. This probably won't work, but can't we just start from 0 and go from there? As it is the case with most locks, a certain number of incorrect attempts would. Point taken, it's definite. Don't leave me alone. I'm scared. That's honestly what I'd like to ask. But there might be survivors by the lab. You know, our boss, he won't go down so easily. Just go help them instead. But if we leave you like this, well, this isn't the worst way to go. This way, at least, I won't be going into some trivia book of stupid deaths like 100 dumbest researchers' deaths. Perhaps working under Hoheim has influenced her to put on a mask of aloofness, even in situations like this, but it was clear taking considerable effort on her part to maintain it. Were we in any other situation, I would have asked what those 100 dumb ways to die were to alleviate the tension, but I held my breath and embraced the painful silence. We shall return to thy side, young Alyssa. What? I give thee my word, so hide as best as you can when enemies approach. Thou mustn't yield now, I beseech thee. You'd better listen to the law. She ain't one for empty platitudes. Yeah, okay. I won't give up, thank you. C485. Ryoshu quietly muttered to herself. Clock, ever played a game with escape room? What? This is a very much like a game of escape room. To find the solution, you begin by gathering the clues. A game, huh? You want to save the researcher, don't you? Then you'll need the serial number on the spiral. Every step we took away from Alyssa as she suffered a slow death was painful. I wasn't even sure if we could save her life. Shadows bested the path ahead. Beset the path ahead. Damn. I need to go pee. I will be right back. And I am back. We just put away earphones. And continue the charm. Only one enemy.
뜀박질 시간.
Ishmael, who had been following the route Alyssa had mapped out, stopped in her tracks. Oh no, that's branches. Ishmael, what's the matter? Something's about this seems off.
비스가 지도를
I don't suppose she would ever read a map wrong. What's the matter?
길은 잘 찾아.
Yeah, we're heading to the right way, but the thing is,
너무 수월해서 문제.
this just seems too easy. What's wrong with that?
우리가 지나온 길
Think back to the path we took to get here. Every other route was cramped with all kinds of obstacles to discourage us from taking a detour. The corridor to the left leading to the welfare department was closed off, and the one to the right leading to the facility management room was blocked with debris.
마치 우리가 한 길로만 가는
It's as if they're corralling us down this route.
네.
I can't shake off the feeling that we're chasing after bait hooked on a fish line. Well, can't say with much of a alternative, eh? A bit dodgy, yeah, but nothing we can't do about it. It would be wise to stand wary.
잠깐 파워.
Hang on, Foul, check this out.
환상체가 탈출한
These are the tracks of an escaped abnormality, also known as the Phalanturn.
초롱입니다.
We have encountered this abnormality more than once in the mirror dungeons.
환상체.
Oh, that tree thing. So this one's the original. I don't think Phalanturn is the only abnormality that broke free. Let's take them down and reduce them back to the eggs. If they prey on any survivors who stumble in here, there'll be real trouble. Ah, the shoes also escaped. You can see the ribbons.
그래.
Yeah, notice the ribbons in the background. The shoes have escaped. I don't remember the name, but
쓸데없이 말을
the shoes have been running amok. Damn. Anyway, first attack. Clashable. They're already mesmerized. Attack. Oh yeah, I gotta do them as well. Again, the first little lick of damage. Probably should have brought the sheep with us, but meh. Oh no, they still do damage. Didn't realize that.
소멸하지
Ah,
않아.
staggered.
죽지도 않을 목숨.
Here you go.
최대한 고통스럽게 만들어 보자고.
You want off the bed, Chloe? Okay, I'll let you off the bed. Oh, Munchkin, are you a happy girl? Oh, you a happy girl? You my good girl. Where's my Munchkin, huh? You're happy, it's Munchkin. I love you. I love you, love you, love you. I'm back. And begin.
12수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자, 누구 하나 사이에 보내지 마라.
부위 하나가 파괴되었어. 이대로 똑같이만 한다면 모든 부위를 파괴시킬 수 있겠지?
Okay, so we took out the fairy at least. Let's go passes. Uncovering abyss. Broken storm. Okay, so nothing new. Damn, this battle isn't going to be looking good.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
닭은 달려 들어가.
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는
Okay,
칭찬은
did like collectively 4 damage to each guy. That's dealable. Burn, tree. Burn.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가해라. 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
방금 공격은 좋았어.
Blood Flame Massacre.
하면 좋을 텐데.
Got to do it twice. Hell yeah.
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남긴
Oh, we staggered it. Hell yeah.
그번에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Got some death right on it.
개체가 우리의 마지막 일격만을 기다리고 있는 상태입니다.
Let's just click damage.
으로 처리해.
뜀박질 중.
Well, it makes sense for the rooster to be good against this guy, considering he uses fire. Add healed.
안 좋은 상태에 놓인 것 같아. 고작 이런 걸로 나약해지지
Unclashable,
않도록
damn.
모두가 잘 지켜봐줘야겠지.
Full gluttony.
목을 떨궈 주마.
이것 봐. 불쌍하게 환 상태를 제압하는 건 우리만으로 충분하잖아.
Wait, okay, I'll go up and raid this all. Hang on, what's going on with this thing? It doesn't feel like it's the same entity we ran into in the mirror dungeon. If we are to deliver deeper, it appears to mirror the ones we encountered in the refraction railway. While Hoheim does harbor some interest in the subject, he is not great enough a genius to turn his curiosity into reality. Then why could this possibly be happening? Hold on, someone left this here. It seems to be a torn page of a note. It covered in fluorescent paint, so it would be easy to spot. Whoever left it could have known we were coming. It possibly a note meant to possibly survivors. No reason not to read it. Observation record, irregularities, written by Moses LCD, on-site investigation, reasoning team leader. The entity abruptly escaped its containment unit during the assault. Reading of this note should be warned that this entity shows some irregularities that have not been observed previously. Keep reading the record. When a high number of employees within the research facility were killed, the Falantern breached containment. Under the LCE abnormality control protocol, such an escape is known to occur only when an employee with inherently low attribute exhibits an attunement level exceeding 75% with LCE ego Falantern, or whenever the outcome of the management work is determined to be above very good. Damn it, need to move my dog. Come on, Chloe. Hello, be quiet. No barking. Oi, no barking. No barking, you two. Oi, quiet. Get along. Get along. Oi, get along. This is an order. Get along. Willow. Willow, why? Why do you want to start a fight? Why do you want to start a fight, girl? Chloe. Chloe. Oi, quiet. 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 Can't even see each other. Willow. Okay. Willow. 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 Oh, I love that girl. Keep reading the record. Could you plop Chloe on the lounge for a bit? I'm sorry, gal. You're going in here. I'll grab you and stop barking. Calm down. Okay, and I am back. Hopefully. More permanently. The Falantern who escaped was triggered by the death around it, has deviated from its expected behavior pattern of preying on charmed victims one by one, and instead has begun consuming multiple targets all at once. Presumably, the entity must have realized that its food reserves were being rapidly depleted. Okay, you calm now? Calm now, Chloe? Jump up. There you go, girl. Be quiet. After Ezra destroyed the after Ezra destroyed the luring unit twice, designated as Blue Fairy in the LCB observation logs, the Falantern aggressiveness significantly increased at the point Ezra was no longer affected by its charm. Based on these observations, I was able to estimate the hypothesis that anyone who observes the blue fairy for at least 7 seconds and then immediately destroys its head becomes immune to its influence, as this effect applies only to the individual who destroys it. This information may not be of much use to most researchers, however, I shall leave a note of it to be consulted should the need arise. Addendum: when the fairy lantern identified only a single individual, it did not attempt to charm them, and instead appeared wary enough to simply watch them. Yet due to limited sample size, further confirmation must be necessary. That's quite a bit of useful tips. Well, now I think I've got a rough idea of how to deal with it. Alright, let's refer to this record for the intel and try suppressing it again.
보세요, 관리자님.
Damn.
유능한 직원이 되었어요.
Good thing I've got this.
이번엔 도움이 됐을까요?
Neutral. Struggling, damn. Struggling, neutral, neutral, neutral. You know what? I have faith in Heathcliff. Actually, no, we can't do that. I'm actually gonna pop an ego. I have faith in Heathcliff, though, for that one. Struggling. Neutral. David. Neutral. And struggling. I'll have faith in Yurioshu.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
말로 받아내나.
방금 했던 공격은 매우 효과적이었어. 하지만 아직 부족해.
4 damage to everyone, that's dealable.
더 잘할 수 있도록.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
There we go, did pretty good damage.
방금 그 방법은 적절한 공격이 아니었어.
324. Oh, we staggered it.
공격이
부위가
부족했을까?
파괴되었습니다.
Open fire.
대응 매뉴얼을 어느 정도 숙지하셨나 보군요.
목적이 있었지.
상담에서 알려준 대로 잘했어. 역시 상담.
Oh, come on, dude. Yes, I knew my faith was put in the right center. Come on, Faust.
하나 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Come on, potential man. Damn it. Even Ryoshu won.
우리가 우세를 점하고 있어. 하지만 여기서 방심하면 안 돼. 지휘팀이라면
Struggling.
완벽하고 빈틈없이 모든 걸 끝마쳐야
It's also
돼.
struggling. But I put faith from Yoshu. David. Neutral. 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 David. David. 18. Hell yeah.
그림자 속으로 가라앉게.
Did 3 damage at most to each person. Yes. We've got to take down the clerk lover.
숨통 끊기.
There we go.
있는 힘껏 찔러놓고 으깨놨지만 저것들은 언젠가 다시 재생하겠지. 내가 부서지고 파괴되어도 다시 교체되는 것처럼.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼구나.
And let's try and level up one of the sinners. We do not have anywhere near enough. Pent up, probably another abnormality.
군주가 나선다.
의로움을 세우기 위해서라면.
Who else am I gonna take? I'm gonna take a snake.
뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
Ryoshu, of course.
명을 받듭니다.
잠깐.
죽은 게
보는 눈은 있네요.
Damn it.
여기서 저만큼 무능한 인재는 흔치 않죠.
이제 명을 받듭니다.
죽은 게서
잠깐.
There we go. That's my battle lineup for this round.
결집이다.
Which abnormality are we fighting now? Ah, wayward passenger.
직원들에게 유리한 상황 같아요. 이 상황을 개체를 제압하는 데 이용할 수 있을지도.
Okay, you're going after the horse. You're going after Don. You're going after Gregor. That's also going after Gregor. But we can counter that with that. That one. There we go, that's neutral. Let's go. Oh, damn it, we were free off. Yes. Damn it. Go on, Gregor. Go on, potential man.
대상이 특수한 공격을 하려나 봐.
Damn.
이 정도는 대비할 수 있지?
Wait, do we have any details on these? Let's just have 2 people attack each, I guess. And then Gregor alone can attack that one. Tremoring dimension.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자.
이것 봐. 환상체를 제압하는 건 우리만으로 충분하지.
And we didn't manage to take it out. I don't think we managed to take out a single one.
목을 떨궈주마.
Now it's gonna suck. Oh no, we took out one at least.
결정 영화.
Yeah, we've only taken out one. Now it's gonna suck.
조금만 더 힘내자. 이제 정말 개체 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
Neutral, 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 neutral. Okay, nothing but neutrals. Neutral. Neutral. Favored. Neutral. Favored. Struggling. Let's go. Now go, Portal Dawn. Come on, Dawn. Come on, Dawn. Yes. Let's go, sheep. Damn it. Come on, Gregor. Okay, all the portals have been sealed. Yep, now he returns.
와, 성공했어. 보여? 개체가 더 이상 움직이지 않네. 이대로 남은 대상들도 전부
Okay,
움직일 수
that
없게
one's a high
만들어보자.
priority. Lord of Hongyang. Might be enough. I'm hoping it's enough. Okay, he's not hitting the horse at all, so no matter what we aim. You hitting her at all? Not hitting her at all. All of them are neutral to you. Favored. 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 Let's go.
흑승묘, 뜀박질 춤.
작은 달력.
There we go. It's gonna rip space. Oh, 56 damage. That's not nice at all. Lonesome stand, solemn sacrifice. And I'll be right back and he'll let a dog up to the bathroom. I'll leave his with the rest of this fight.
프로그램을 진행한 직원
Damn it!
같은데 왜 저런 공격을 했지? 제압 개체의 상태가 나빠졌어요. 아, 다행이에요. 개브라를 통해 토끼팀을 불러야 할지도 모른다고 생각하고 있었는데.
And now I'm back. And let's see how bad it is. Only one of us were lost. That's good. Okay. Real favored. Favored, apparently. And then the rest can just attack this limb. Heathcliff. You know what? I'm gonna do... Let's do that. We're gonna sacrifice Heathcliff for the betterment of the team. Let's go. I shall feel the paranoid mouse as a gun barrel upon rest of the 53. Oh, damn it. That did like no damage.
비효율적인 공격이었습니다. 보아하니 개체에 관한 기록을 제대로 펼쳐보지도 않은 직원이 있는 듯하고요.
이래서 장비는 속성별로 준비해달라고 부탁해놨었지. 적재 적소했으니까 이만큼 효율적인 일도 없잖아.
Okay, you know what? I'll try and overclock it. Nope, can't even overclock it. You know, I'm putting hope in... Wait. Yeah, I'm putting hope in the sheet. Unless, wait, Gregor. Yeah, you know what? Gregor, you're the GOAT. You can do it. Come on, Gregor. No, damn it. I should have trusted in the sheet.
우리가 우세를 정하고 있어. 하지만 여기서 방심하면 안 돼.
Okay, well, I can do a fluid stack now at least.
없이 모든 걸 끝마쳐야 하지 않겠어?
Neutral. Hopeless. Dominating. Opposed. Opposed. Damn. Who's it attacking? Crap. Yep, we're doomed.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
Yep, doomed. 1 point away, damn it.
지 목을 떨궈주마. 모험하고 적질 않나.
One down.
즐거운 시간이 없는데.
직원 하나가 더 이상 움직이지 않아. 어? 다들 왜 그런 표정이야?
Neutral.
마음이 벌써 약해진 거야? 고작
Neutral.
이런 걸로?
Neutral. Neutral. Not struggling. Favored. Okay, let's go.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
틈틈이. 바로 이제
Oh, it's dead. Yay.
이 팍 있는 힘껏 찔러놓고 으깨놨지만 저것들은
Never abnormality
언젠간
down.
다시 재생하겠지.
You want down, Chloe? You want off the bed?
부서지고 파괴되어도 다시
You want off the bed,
교체되는
girl?
것처럼. 이 얼마나 완벽하게 그지없는
Good girl.
나만의 지옥인가.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍루가 무엇을 바꾸었는지를.
Sorry, but you're not leaving my room, girl. You got water? Good girl, Chloe. $58, damn it. You know what?
몇 명 놓치긴
네.
했지만
Now, next little bit of XP will upgrade her. Wait a second, what? Location undiscernible. Wait, so is this entire facility inside of a back door?
야음을 틈타.
Yeah, not this guy.
요즘 고민거리는 없어? 혹시라도 일하는데 힘든 점이 있다면 언제든지 나와 상담해줘.
What are you two targeting? You're targeting. Damn. Yeah, everyone's struggling against the foot. It's up to you. Damn.
일기당천. 닭은 달려들어라.
Activate the rooster.
방법으로 강해져 일격을 가했군. 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해.
유의.
잘했다는 칭찬은 승리.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
숨통 끊기.
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
Damn, that didn't do a lot of damage actually.
개체의 정보와는 상반된 속성의 공격.
There we go. Trust in the rabbits.
세계 정보 팀인데 정보에 대한 활용도가 낮으면 곤란합니다.
Yeah, looks like it's angry. Yep, the audacity. Okay, that's the attack we've got to worry about. Who's it aiming at, actually? It's aiming at Heathcliff, damn. Struggling. Struggling. Helpless. Struggling. Well, you might as well try.
시리수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자.
아직 죽지 마라.
Damn it. Okay, that's not the worst.
더 싸울 수 없으면 걸리적거리지 말고 비켜. 거기서 계속 서 있으면 처분 탄원이
David?
나올 테니.
Favored. Hell yeah. Let's aim here. Or have you aim there?
일기당천. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾이고 제치.
There we go.
개체 부위가 파괴되었습니다.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
대응 매뉴얼을 어느 정도
We have applied Death Rod at least. The hell? The audacity. Ebony Queen Zapple. Okay, there we go. Seems like all the attacks are now doable. Let's take out the defensive one as well.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
우리 쪽에 유리한 환경이 되었네.
We gained an advantage. Nice. Neat. Neutral, 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 favored. These two are favored. No idea why. Dominating. Dominating. Neutral. Favored. Oh no, it's struggling. That's dominating. Anyway, Heathcliff is gonna die in a second.
어쩌겠지 잘 생각해보라고.
Come on, you're dominating. Okay, good.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
파괴. 무기를 휘두르는 걸 뭐? 이것 봐. 환상체를 제압하는 건 우리만 충분하잖아.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는데 성공.
There we go. Full staggered. I'm gonna click damage.
이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
Wait. No, click damage.
자, 목을 떨고 어쩌겠지 잘 생각해보라고.
지하 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아.
넘고
기우팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여 나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가 보자.
And now the backup. Bring me Snow White. Such insolence. Neat.
환상체에게도
Dominating.
친절한 대응 아닌가?
Favored. Neutral. Dominating. 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 Wait, what about that? Yeah, that's dominating. That's also dominating. Dominating. Let's go.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
부위 하나가 파괴되었어. 이대로 또
And damage.
모든 부위를 파괴시킬 수 있겠지? 막아내지 못하리. 이제 깨우치시게.
있는 힘껏 찔러놓고 으깨놨지만 저것들은 언젠가 다시 재생하겠지. 내가 부서지고 파괴되어도 다시 교체되는 것처럼. 이 얼마나 완벽하게 그지없는 나만의 지옥인가.
또한
Excuse me.
줄에
There we go.
길을 남겼군.
Next one is a story chapter. PA.
진 길일 뿐이지만
Don should be level 60 now. Yep. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 level 60 team members. Neat. Strangled Fate. I think it's this way. This is the only area with lights on. It says broadcast sector.
방송 섹터라고 적혀 있어. 여기로 오는
Can someone tell me coming here was the right decision? All the other routes were blocked off save for the one leading to the sector. Looks like we'd have ended up here one way or the other. It's hard to see anything when it's this dark.
전력은 대부분
With most of the power down, the door shouldn't be locked.
멈춰.
Stop.
한 발짝이라도
Take another step
지나면
closer and you'll be facing forcing our hand. A familiar voice boomed from a loudspeaker, delivering a sharp warning.
이 앞에는 보안용 지뢰가
This
잔뜩
entire
설치돼 있어.
area is laden with security landmines. Even if you somehow manage to get past the minefield, you'll have to face the rest of us. I'm warning you, every one of us in here's combat ready.
아,
And if you think you're stronger than us, we have self-destruct devices, bombs filled with super weenie sawteeth shrapnel. Hold on a second, what's this supposed to say? The heck? And I thought my handwriting was bad.
나보다
Oh, here, throwing this bomb will result in an explosive that covers a 100-meter radius zone from the detonation point. Hey, that's a taboo violation, you know. At least try to come up with something actually convincing. Anyway, turn around and walk away right now, or we're gonna bury all of you with us under this facility. We can hear everything, you know. It is highly probable that the bomb is a bluff. Any bomb that falls under the category of explosives must be planted on an object or surface per the rules set by the head. And the boast of the blast beggar's belief, such a wide radius is sure to break a boundary of bands and bounds. Sure, but I wasn't bluffing about the landmines. Take one step forward and bolts of overcharged electricity will mark barbecue out of you. As the voice behind the microphone began to grow increasingly irritated, it also became even more familiar. It was pretty sure I'd heard somewhere before. According to Alyssa, Hoheim should be around here somewhere. Wait, did you say Alyssa? That voice, it seems we are not mistaken. Now I certainly recognize this voice. That voice I would rather not welcome tells me that these individuals are good to be let through. The voice Faust would rather not welcome tells Faust that these individuals are good to be approached. A heavy thunk, and then the door of the broadcast sector inches open, but before we could even take a proper look at the people holed up within. Whoa, you guys, you should have told us sooner. Remember me? Ezra. Neat. Oh, it's Miss Ezra. We came face to face with Ezra, who'd video called us with a plethora of information on blood fiends prior to our mission in La Manche Land. Heard you saved the day in La Manche Land. Why does she have a cat-like face? And all thanks to yours truly, I bet. So care to tell which of the blood fiends extraordinary on your team? One's the blood fiend extraordinary on your team? Well, that's... Why don't we skip the platitudes for now, Ezra? The next person to show up was Moses. Wait a second, she has both her hands! I thought she got her hand cut off and eaten. Yeah, the book's kind of dark, but her left arm was cut off and eaten by someone. So why the hell did she get a prosthetic or something? Why the hell does she have two arms? I saw her in the video call too, team leader at LCD, if memory serves right. Were you the one who threatened us with the nonsense about bombs, Ezra? I mean, what other choice did I have? We were starting to believe that we were the only survivors out here. And then bam, a dozen or so footsteps rushed into the sector out of nowhere. We couldn't even check who you guys were because the screens are all busted. Ezra gestured towards the blank surveillance screens in the broadcast sector with her chin. For your information, Mr. Genius over there is trying to fix the security cameras. He said it's gonna take a while with the power outage though. I didn't expect our path to cross again for anything good, but I certainly never pictured it happening like this. Underneath the array of monitors Ezra pointed out, we found Hoheim looking even more haggard than we remember, who gave us a faint, unwelcoming nod as he fiddled with a tangle of power circuits.
안녕하세요.
Hello. I'm relieved to see that there aren't any injuries among you. Well, I mean, if there were, they were wound back. Martin stepped forth and offered us the greeting Hoheim chose to skip.
그건 그렇고.
In any case, you say it was Alyssa who let you know of our location. If she's not with you, she must be either gravely wounded or already dead. She is badly hurt, yeah, but we are searching for a way to help her. Ishmael gave Hoheim a balanced look as though she was taken aback by his cold certainty regarding his own subordinate's fate. Searching, You talk as if you're playing a game of scavenger hunt. It might have been better to end her misery then and there. Wait, haven't you seen how we handle things? You still got a shot, don't you? Don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Please don't misunderstand. Some of these assailants, they seem to enjoy torturing their victims. That's what keeps our boss on edge. Boss and I were near the laboratory when the attack started. There weren't many employees around, and the broadcast sector hadn't been closed, but happened to be close by. Probably the only reason we were able to find cover here in one piece. Verily, young Alyssa shall preserve steadfastly. We have vowed to return and deliver her from death. Thank you. I'm sure Alyssa is hanging on to your promise. Sorry to break up this touching moment, but if you're here, the color fixer should be on his way too, right? Where the heck is he now? I wonder if he's already off to find the attackers. Ezra. Moses, who had been staring at Otis since we came in, turned her gaze towards Ezra. Team leader, if we can regroup with the red gaze, I think we'd have more than enough fighting chance even without our baby B. Yes, but it would seem that the red gaze is not here with them. Man, she is short compared to Ezra, like, damn. Wait, Ezra is massive! Why is she so tall? Damn. Is it like a perspective thing at the moment, or is she just bloody massive? Damn. What the heck are you people doing here without him? Ezra's face immediately soured the moment she realized that Virgilius wasn't with us. Her voice crashed over us like that of a host shrieking at unveiled guests bringing into her home. It's not like we came here on our own because we wanted to. Guide buds held by an assailant, Ryoshu says she's called to some nurse father from the House of Spiders. And probably a tough adversary too, just like those who are assaulting the facility. Her combat prowess is not to be underestimated. How is she compared to Aeolus of the Argos unit? Around the same level, I would say. Wait, if you know those names, that means... Moses didn't grace Otis with a reply. Instead, she closed her eyes, seemingly lost in a brief reverie, and soon returned to the subject at hand as if she were done sorting out her thoughts. Sharon, is she taken hostage? Oh yeah, she did get a prosthetic. How did you know that? The mention that the attacker in the singular, perhaps just a slip of the tongue, but I suspect it was a single enemy if not a small number. Furthermore, despite coming here without the bus driver, none of you seem particularly convinced that the Red Gaze would be able to quickly dispatch the assailant and join you. Give it to our team leader. Just one look is enough for her to figure it all out. Ayo, did you happen to encounter anyone on your way here? Just some Pikachulas and mannequins. Wait a minute, why don't we get to ask the questions? Ishmael barely managed to wreak control of the conversation amidst the barrage of questions. You're both from the LCD. What are you doing here in the HQ where the LCE is? Well, about that. The LCE was supposed to make an important progress report today. Apparently it's a really important presentation too. We've been receiving bazillions of reminders about how it's a mandatory attended event and everything right, team leader. Feels like everyone's overlooking just how really busy our department is. Sorry to borrow your words, but it is indeed a really important presentation. Yeah, for you maybe, but my department is also really... Hang on, I don't think that's the crux of the matter right now. The presentation did not happen as such. We are unable to assess the importance at the moment. Whatever is the case, the event was what required us LCD members to be present here at the LCE department. And there's one more thing. Allow me to introduce the newest addition to the LCD. Yeah, our team has grown in size. Take that. I was told you'd met before. A familiar silhouette stepped forward from the opposite side, someone who did not expect to encounter here of all places. I regret that we must always meet in the midst of slaughter such as this. I trust you have been well. Miss Ang-do, it's been too long.
김 작가님은
Is Mr. Bamboo-Hatted Kim still in recovery? My mentor flesh has long since healed, but it will take some time until his mind regains its former tranquility. However long the wait, endure it I must. I have faith that he will recover in due time. Until then, in silence shall I atone for the transgressions I have committed. Angdu appeared to be referring to how she ran Bamboo-Hatted Kim through with her sword under the monolith distorting influence. So I'm glad you seem to be adjusting well to life as LCD. Sinclair caught the shadow flickering across Angdu's face and swiftly stepped up to lighten the mood. I would say I was taken in, but I am deeply grateful regardless. My mentor and I have nowhere else to call home. But someday we will return to S Corp together. Looks like she's trying her best to fit in too. It's always hard to get settled in no matter where you start from. Now that we're all grown acquainted with one another, let us move on to the issue at hand. Okay, a distinct objective. The first order of business is intelligence sharing and the deductive reasoning based on the available information. My team and I were attacked in the hallway connected to the conference hall. That guy was, I'll be straight with you guys, super duper strong. I would have stooped my ground if only Hornet, the dumbass, were here. By Hornet, you are referring to the junior of our team, but he's really strong. He's so strong that, I've got it. There was this time when, oh, wait, what was it again? Some kind of pastry, I think. Oh, I've got some bread to snack on later, and wait, split second, my back was turned on. So I swiped it right off my palate. I got so pissed off that I punched him right in the solar plexus to get him to cough it up, and he just went oof and swallowed my bread anyway. Like, does that make any sense to you guys? Yeah, okay, I guess that makes sense. Makes him strong. Although Ezra's anecdote wasn't very illuminating, none of us bothered to ask for further clarification, as it seemed that the only way to get an objective measure of the Hornet's strength was to let her punch us in the solar plexus. Damn, I don't think I want a fist bigger than damn Sinclair punching me as strong as I can. Hell, she's damn massive. A punch like that would hurt like absolute hell and probably, cause you to struggle to breathe for quite a while. Damn. So what's this Hornet up to now? Ishmael peeked around as though she was expecting him to pop out from a hiding spot in the broadcast sector. Oh, you are going to lose your mind when you hear this. Listen up. What he's... Not yet, Ezra. Up to a secret, classified stuff. Ezra trailed off awkwardly. I tend to analyze my enemies with observation and deduction. I try to identify their unique colors, the kinds of weapons they use, their methodology, whether they enjoy the slaughter or avoid it, their attitudes towards battle, all of it. Once I have that, I can get an idea of when to begin my counterattack, or what kind of weakness of theirs I can exploit, and that's how I've usually opened my path forwards. But Moses inhaled sharply as though she missed her smoking pipe, which was nowhere to be seen at the moment. Was chaotic. I could not identify a single pattern in his behavior. He is an empty shell. His act of killing lacks any emotional touch. And that is why you couldn't get a read on him. On the other hand, you appear so clearly to me. You seem so anxious to cut something down, is that correct? You are broken, shattered, but every shard is keen and transparent, like a hail of small blades. A glass-like sword of many edges, so fragile with its futile wish to sever away what cannot be severed. What is it that you grasp so tightly in that scattered hand of yours? Little shit. What are you peeking into? Hey, don't talk to our team leader like... Just as Ezra was about to give her a stern warning, Hoheim stepped in and changed the subject. You add to this, Martin here and I were in front of the laboratory when it occurred. At first it began with the sound of rushing wind, something large and heavy cleaving through the air, the kind of sound one should never come to expect from a department like ours, so full of dedicated machinery and containment units. It happened right before my eyes. Something snapped to the employees who was walking on only a step ahead of me in half. And the first thing that came to my mind was this. Did an abnormality breach containment? But if such were the case, the alarm should have gone off. So far, this tracks with what Miss Alyssa told us. She said there wasn't any warning at all before the attack. Once I got a better look of what it was, I realized that it was neither an abnormality, pacatula, nor a distortion. It was a massive scabbard. When I looked towards what the scabbard came from, there stood a man who presumably threw the weapon, reading a book like he was out on a stroll. And the book was Martia. He must have been reading his book of vengeance. First of some and now the middle. I stared at him, still processing what just happened, when Boss grabbed my arm and started running. I couldn't look back. I heard screaming from dozens of people, but you seem to be fond of recounting unnecessary details. Only after arriving here at the broadcast section did I remember that Alyssa was still out there. When one's life is at risk, the brain instinctively reduces the processing of information to the bare minimum required for survival. It is only natural. But I was the last person who handled the research proposal, boss. Alyssa should have been at the conference hall too with us. Hey, listen, if you want to look back at the nitpick at literally every little thing you did in the past, we're going to be here forever. I know it might sound like a bit of empty platitudes, but focus on what you can do right now, what we're going to do again towards, okay? You have time to regret later. I suppose so. You did save my boss once, so I guess only right that I should have more faith in you people than anyone else. I would like to clarify that the saving was but a part of the experiment, but given the urgency, I will forego a more detailed explanation. Looks like we're all caught up then. Good, now let's share what we know. Moses began laying out the situation with the expertise befitting a leader of the LCD. Today, intruders attacked the LC department situation in the basement of the HQ. We lost control in the entire LCE facility, and save for our current location, every sector has been neutralized by a single or a pair of intruders. Any survivors who's conscious enough to communicate properly is already here. After the attack, every containment unit was also forcibly unlocked, adding even more fuel to the fire. We are beset by foes on every side. A search for a toothhold is a difficult one indeed. Darn, if only these surveillance cams weren't busted, I'd love to be able to keep track of their whereabouts. As I have repeated many times today, we are attempting to bring it back to operational status. You speak of restoring a sabotage power grid like it's a task as simple as wiping one's glasses. More than anything, we need these two pieces of information at the present. Who are the attackers, and what objective brought them to the LCE? The man who encountered seemed to have one-track minds, squarely set on killing as ordered. G'day! Welcome to the stream. G'day, welcome to the stream. But there are far too many shreds to point towards, and a motivation more complex than... Yeah, that person's massive. That's what... This person's absolutely massive. That's what I'm still, flabbergasted by this person's absolute size. How the hell can they get through a door? Because that's a normal person height in this thing. It's supposed to be. There are far too many shreds that point towards a motivation more complex than infiltration. The facility and slaughter its employees with abandon. Huh? Abandoned. I had no idea you were on a diet. Moses' deduction aligned with Otis's. If the assailant's goals was truly nothing more than slaughter, the first order of action should have been to unlock the containment units. The intruders are... yes. I have enough evidence to at least get a general idea of whom they might be. Do elaborate. There's a nurse father who's stalling the red gaze, then there's the member of the middle who attacks the researchers, and we've seen evidence of the ring involvement too, given the presence of corpse mannequins. At least 2 or more fingers are involved in this attack. The vile cur the Kuroku clan serves are here. Yet this is quite odd. Lady Moses, are the fingers not hostile against one another? Those ilk have no business coming within even a sliver breath of each other, save for compelled to attend assemblies such as Finger Bobel, where they oft quarrel to no end. Correct, but consider this from the opposite perspective. There must be something of enough importance for the officers of each finger to put aside their differences and work hand in hand. Spiders, or the nurse fathers of the House of Spiders. That's what they're called. And we're just snared ourselves into the web they spun. The fingers rarely ever cross the line they've drawn between each other. This strange entanglement certainly is a deviation. Nurse father, was it? Seems like a terribly meaningful title to me. Then it can be presumed that the House of Spiders is a place to raise something or someone, to have such high-ranking officers of each finger gather at one place to nurture someone. One might think that it hardly makes any sense, and... Oh yeah, Happy New Year. Yep, Happy New Year. Yeah. Sense. Indeed it doesn't. But what if the purpose itself is just as outrageous? That would paradoxically explain how they've come together. Ryoshu, is it? You seem to be inexplicably tied to this place. IKWYW. Ah, she just said, I know what you want. No need. I can understand her abbreviations. But I can't tell you what I know because it's all broken. The place, the memories, attachments to it, I can see how they've shattered. You don't have to recall everything. All I need to know is what the outrageous purpose is. What is it? Me. To forge me into a blade that can cut through all. But I left that place behind. Ryoshu, can you tell us anything more? Shame, but that's all I have, Clock. I don't remember much more than that. Even if I did, it's not an easy thing to speak of. Ryoshu let out a protracted sigh, just as Moses did earlier. The long exhaustion of someone who's clearly craved the puff of smoke. It betrayed the aloofness she projected. Come to think of it, Ryoshu hasn't been smoking at all since we got here, or maybe since the truck. clock, like she said, and like what you've seen, my mind is a mess. I have questions of my own, but the answer eludes me. But maybe the pieces can be put together using your hints, like the one you gave me earlier. So we have to solve this together, this puzzle, or this game of escape room. Ryoshu muttered placidly. If it is you the House of Spiders wants, then I must ask you to entertain this question. Why did they bother attacking the HQ? Oh. As Moses began her explanation, Ryoshu looked in her direction with mild amusement. When you said you left the House of Spiders, I presume you meant you escaped it. Members of different fingers are hardly the kind of people to fraternize even on a good day, but this alliance of a sort they call the House of Spiders has persisted even after your departure. At a glance, it may only appear that they were simply waiting for your return. What I just dropped. But given their behavior today, they don't strike me as particularly patient group as a whole. In other words, I find it suspicious that they decided to attack now. If they were desperate, they would have made the move long ago. This leads me to believe that they were waiting for the right time. Whichever is their motive, Ryoshu, whether it is getting you back or doing something else, the fact remains that they have chosen this particular moment to act. The nurse father of the House of Spiders we encountered, she made way for us so that Ryoshu could come to the HQ research facility. She harbored such intense and complicated feelings for Ryoshu, but I don't think I got any sense that she was trying to kill or take Ryoshu with her. But she said that the nurse fathers were waiting for me here. Clearly they were here to see me, weirdo detective. Alright you, hey, what the hell's your problem? Be calm, please. It is best that we do not interrupt their conversation. In intense dialogue shall they find and draw out the answer. Let us not dare stem this course. It is a fair assessment that the nurse fathers of the House of Spiders have attacked this place to provoke you, however. I can seem to shake the thought that they must have a distinct objective. If they were indeed after Ryoshu and only Ryoshu, then choosing the specific time and place hardly seems to serve that purpose. The intervals between each of the sinners are different, but once the sinner's turn ends, another begins every single time without failure. This case has everything to do with Ryoshu. I believe without a shred of doubt that it's her turn. Limbus Company. This is just a reading part of this is just there aren't a lot of reading sections, but when there are reading sections, they are massive. My throat is already starting to hurt. Once the sinners relayed my words, Moses fell into a brief contemplation and began to mutter a sequence of words. Limbus Company, the mirror, the glass window, the former L-Corp, extracted ego, and Keflin, psychoment, abnormalities, monolith, sinner, Ryoshu. Yeah, I'll have to find one in here. I can't think of too many things in the LCE research facility that could be what the House of Spiders is after. By process of elimination, the only reasonable answer that could be deduced is as following. They're here for the golden bows. So that's how it is. Moses is right. It's become very important for us to look into Ryoshu's past to reach in and see what lies there, but LCB's goal is journeys. Its journeys and its stories have always been bound to the same terminus, obtaining the golden bows. Hoheim, where are the golden bows in this facility located? The manager would like to know the location of the golden bows. It's at a laboratory in this facility. Hoheim's gaze turned to me. Perhaps he was looking at the clock hand on my head. Very well. I suppose there's no way around sharing the contents of our presentation. Ohaim's answer sounded more like a prolonged sigh. It was a presentation regarding our progress in the golden bow experimentation, and the limited group of individuals with the clearance to access the contents of that presentation do not include members of the LCB. Boy, aren't we the ones risking our necks out there to collect those bows? How could we not allow to... I am not the one who decided the scope of our security. Hoheim, your concern is understandable. The company maintains tight control over any information regarding golden bows. There is no way to know at this moment what the consequences of leaking this information without the company's explicit consent might be. If the worst comes to worst, we may even be subject to a memory wipe procedure. Unbelievable. We're stalled by some red tape at an exigent circumstance like this? What do you expect from a company practically built on secrecy and suspicion? Anyway, assuring the risks of divulging this information and understood and accepted by all parties present, let me get straight to the point. The golden bows we were experimenting with grafted the retrieved bows onto one another. Grafting the bows? Then was the purpose to combine the bows to form a singular tree? Nothing slipped by a fellow researcher, I suppose. Correct. We are incubating the golden bows under a very special environment to create a sapling. We haven't yet managed to graft them together into a proper tree, no, but that horizon is in sight. Today was the day when we were to share the success of the experiment with certain major characteristics and teams within the company. Until this happened. The golden bows are at a laboratory. Then we have to get to the laboratory before they do and secure the golden bows. But we can't just waltz out on our own when this whole place might be crawling with enemies, right? Is there any way we can get in touch with the HQ runner? What do you mean, might be? We have come across horrors beyond human comprehension already. Corpses turned into automata to solely kill us. I'm pretty sure enemies are already over the place. There is no maybe or anything like that. Or might. They are crawling around. Did HQ even realize your Did HQ even receive your support request? We didn't send a rescue signal to HQ an hour ago, but we have no way of knowing whether it was received. The attackers destroyed all our outgoing transmitters earlier. As long as they received a signal, any signal, it should take long until they recognize that the LCE is under attack by any overwhelming force, and probably send the Uja to kill everyone. Assuming that the LCA has sent us support units, do we have an estimate of how long it might take for them to arrive? Even if they have to navigate around inaccessible passages currently present in the facility, it should be no more than 10 minutes. 10 minutes, then they should have been here already. They have either failed to receive the transmission or the power outage has stopped the reinforcements in the elevators. Yeah, if it weren't for Miss Sordy bringing us up to speed, we wouldn't have thought of using the back door to come straight to the facility. If such is the case, then we need only reboot the power divider in the facility management room. Hey, Mr. Big Brain, if we want to restore this department from a shutdown state, we gotta take out all of the distortions and abnormalities sorting about, right? In order to perfectly restore the facility, yes, this place has been designed to be quarantined from the department if even a single abnormality has escaped to its hallways. No use sitting around putting our heads together then, right? Hey, if you guys are scared of some abnormalities or distortions, leave it to us. We'll kick their butts. Nobody said we're scared. I'm just saying we could benefit from practicing a bit of caution.
역시 전력 수리부터
It would be wise to prioritize restoring power to the facility. It seems that these attackers are making effective use of the dark. I see. Executive Manager, I am of the opinion that we must split our forces in order to facilitate our operation given the urgency of the situation. The situation looks rather pressing for us to sit here and waste time debating what to tackle first. Once I nodded in agreement, Otis quickly took control of the situation. Listen up, men who are prepare for two things: reconciliation and extraction. Extraction? You mean escape? Assuming that the LCA support will arrive, it will serve us before best to move in a tandem with them to improve our chances of launching a joint attack with numerical advantage over our enemies. Also, we have to stay mobile. We've held this position for too long. Our enemies will methodically kill and comb through the entire facility until they find what they're looking for. The more we remain stationary, the more likely we are to encounter them, and that will only elevate the risk of total obliteration.
그건 말 되네.
Makes sense. Besides, the others here ain't like us. Once they get killed, it's over for them. Another thing, don't forget that we have to reach the golden bows before our enemies do. Whichever we end up prioritizing, we won't get anything done by staying holed up in here. Very well then, if we were all to leave this place at the same time, we should... where should we prioritize? We have many pressing tasks, as you have explained: golden bow retrieval, facility power restoration. But the facility management room to restore power to the facility, the laboratory, and the areas with the damaged circuitry are all located far from each other. We divide and conquer. Securing the golden bow, restoring power, and suppressing abnormalities to clear a path for the reinforcements. They're all equally important and must be resolved concurrently, and to do so, we must split up into squads based on our expertise. Yeah, alright, we work better in separate units anyway. LCB will be in charge of securing the golden bow, as our executive manager here has the ability to detect it wherever they are in proximity to one of them. Oh, kinda like a metal detector. How dare you compare the executive manager to a... I'll let that one slide given the urgency. Anyway, we would like to leave abnormality, distortions, and procapture suppression to the LCD. Gotcha, that's totally our bread and butter. How many difficult abnormalities or distortions did you have contained in this facility? Combatants of your prowess should have no trouble suppressing most of them, save for two, however. They might possess some trouble. As long as it's not nothing there. Taking these micro-communicators with you, we use these to communicate between laboratories. While it has limited range, it should be useful enough for relaying the suppression tactics for each entity you come across. Perfect. We've secured a means of communication. As for restoring power to the facility, I would like that designation the task to LCE personnel here. I presume you are best acquainted with the layout of the facility out of all of us. A reasonable choice. The layout of this facility is more complicated than it might have first appeared to you. That is indeed one way of describing abysmal cable management. Please consider it but a representation of the entropy escalation phenomenon. Despite the way it looks, the setup is quite stable. Martin gave a handful of tiny radios to Otis, who distributed them to each of us. Very well, don't forget to keep each other updated. The acrid stench of smoke I'd much rather leave buried in the past keep coming back. Damn, how much of this is left? Because only like a quarter of the chapter's been released. Damn it, I gotta do more reading.
잊지 말게.
Don't forget the golden bows are kept within a preservation container. Take extra care when you handle it.
그래.
Okay, we've been working our butts off to retrieve those shiny twigs too. We know enough about their worth not to throw them around willy-nilly. Gregor's comment did nothing to deter Hoheim, who kept voicing his warning again and again.
그럼
Alright, lab's that way, and the facility management room is... Ezra was tracing the available routes to guide the LCD team members who arrived with Moses, while others crept down the corridor, alert for any dangers lurking in the shadows. What was that? There's a wall dropping down, huh? Hey, watch out, you guys! The corridor was thrown into complete chaos. Sinclair, this way. It's too far. Is everyone alright? It would seem that a quarantine system designed for abnormality containment breaches has been activated. Mersalt, who has been standing close by, replied in a monitorous voice. And just as he said, I looked around and... that was close. The wall nearly flattened us into pancakes. We were but a breath away from disaster. Shabby Singh. What a what. Just when I didn't think I could get any worse, it did. Waste of time! Where's Ryoshi, by the way? Manager Esquire, where art thou? Sinclair and Don Quixote were desperately calling out from the other side of a wall. Hey, I think this is the first time I've ever been so completely separated from Dante. Then we can't even afford to get hurt. I don't see any abnormalities around. Martin. Now they've taken over the security wall controls too. They're effectively forcing us to split up. Skincare and Donkey. Oh yeah, those two. Oh yeah. I do not know how I somewhat got that. Not to worry, Executive Manager, this is only a minor setback. Allow me to assume command of this unit for the time being. Hello? That's the first thing you're worried about? Shouldn't you be more concerned about Dante? This has grown to be quite the predicament. Hoheim let out a heavy sigh. Are you alright, team leader? I am, at least. We have no injuries amongst us. After all that planning, we ended up getting separated into completely random teams. Let's first check who we have on each side. Okay, let me see. Mersalt, Gregor, Yi-sung here, also Ryoshi. We've got Detective, Miss Angdu, and me over here, and Ishmael, Ryoja, and me, Otis too. As for us, Martin, as the assistant LCE team member, and the rest. The rest of whom speaketh thou? It is a phrase used by individuals who find it specifically difficult to acknowledge their betters. Me, Don Quixote, and Faust. There was no chance we could get the security wall out of the way, even with our combined efforts. The master key card doesn't work either. It should be able to override the lockdown, but even the LCE wouldn't have any luck on that on their side. Call the Verge. Virgilius would be extremely useful right now, I would agree. There's been a minor deviation, but it can be helped advance according to the plan. This unit, the LCD included, will neutralize any hostiles within the facility, any threats at all times. We'll assist you with finding the trail as soon as we've done repairing the security cameras. Acknowledge the LCE and Hoheim's team will secure the facility's management room and prioritize restoring power. As for the executive manager team, proceed to the laboratory for the golden bow retrieval. Nope, he's bamboo. My wife. You're ready. The Verge. Nope, he's Bamboo, my wife. Okay. Wait, so not not Roland's gonna appear then. Good to know. Gonna see the fake Roland. Figured I'd end up in the team doing the fighting. What a pain, sigh. Alright, off we go. Okay, Ezra isn't really that tall. It just... Oh, wait, no. Okay, she is actually she is pretty tall, actually. Damn. I will take the lead. The rest of you follow me. And with that, Otis and the LCD team footstep fade into the distance on the opposite side. We should get moving too, although I think just Martin and my assistant here will be enough to restore power to the facility management room. There seems to be a lack of proper structure in the generation of distribution of electricity here. It is regrettable that the facility lacks a backup mechanism to handle unforeseen emergencies of this sort. Within the braids of my responsibility, it is only natural that I would have been too busy to be reasonable for facility design. However, when viewing the independency, the structure of the laboratory itself is... sigh. Fret thyself not over some trifling matter, young Heathcliff. She is right. With the three of us together, we'll be able to overcome whatever obstacle that gets in our way. Probably. The voice of Hoheim and the other sinners also slipped further away into the background. Should we get a move on to? Let us know if you said forgotten by manager bot. Okay. Hey, the two smokers of the group ended up in the same team. What are the odds? I'll never know. I'll never know how the other managed to pull through these working conditions without taking a puff. There was a time when I partook, but I could not find any reason to maintain the habit. Oh, there was? What did you smoke? Most things that fall under the category of cigarette. After a whole year of watching you never walked out of line, I pegged you as one hell of a straight-laced fella. I partook in both categories of activities, those generally accepted as right and those accepted as wrong. During my time amongst the Old League of Nine literatures, I once had opportunities to engage in a few hits of the substance at the behest of my fellows. Man smoked weed. Didn't take ye song for a man to smoke the ganja. Didn't even know it existed in the city. But hey, they probably got some hella strong strains in this futuristic future. That was the one and only time everyone burst into laughter, though I found no enjoyment in smoking it itself. That's always the case for first timers. Must have been pretty intense, huh? What about you, Miss Ryoshu? When did you first start smoking cigarettes? Every pair of eyes searched Ryoshu's face, but she didn't bother telling us her story, nor did she reveal any sign of unease or anxiety. What we saw in her face was inexplicable exhaustion, shrill, and a strange as it may seem, a fury chilling to the morse. Beats me. I've always been surrounded by cigarette smoke ever since I was a brat. Wouldn't have guessed it any other way. It's your turn this time, isn't it? Yeah, so damn obvious that it makes me scoff. Marrow. Oh, bone marrow. Wait, bone marrow. I have no idea what you mean by bone marrow. How do you feel, Miss Ryoshu? To be faced with the past that stands before you. Simple. It's exciting. Chilled to the marrow. Chilled to the marrow. Okay. Scoff. All that awaits finally paid off. I noticed you haven't smoked once since the whole thing began, Ryoshu. Shield to the... Okay, I'm guessing you're giving me hints, but I really can't tell what the hell you're hinting at.
그래.
Right.
미리부터
Trying to get used to staying off it. Meanwhile, back at the transporter truck. Red Gaze, never thought you of all people would have won. Funny, isn't it? The mighty and powerful Red Gaze loses this tiny little bundle of liability from his clutch, as he's suddenly too scared to even swing his sword right. Not that I don't understand. To have an unwanted burden you can't either push aside or kill off shoved into your care, I know what it's like all too well. Well, I suppose I did want the little thing back then, but I never expected her to be such a nuisance. Lucio's been digging around and looks like you don't have any connections whatsoever to this half pint here. Could it be you've got a specific use for her?
이게 필요한 이유라도 있는 건가?
Of the bones, basically. Okay. Chilled to the bones, basic line. Okay. Yeah, I am a brick wall when it comes to a lot of stuff, to be honest. An absolute brick wall.
목적 때문에
It's plain that you need her for something. Explain why you're letting the dead weight tag along.
우리 티켓이나
Perhaps she liked my ticket or a textbook over there. A pain in the you'd much rather kill off, but can't because you need it to make the future you long for come true. We sure have a lot in common, don't we?
우리
You. I know why you've provoking me with the pointless rambling. Your friends are out on a mission, and you're making sure I don't get in their way till you get the all clear. However, just because my sword isn't cleaving across your throat, it's necessary to understand the sand's probability significantly efficients the population of the life. It's necessary to understand that sand... 3 errors. Okay. Alright. Just right. Doesn't mean I won't collect your little lackey's head. Kept that in mind.
재밌겠네.
This should be interesting. Do your worst.
내가 우리
I'm
티켓을
curious to see
만든
how long the textbook I so painstakingly crafted for my ticket would last against the color fixer, aren't you?
궁금하네. 어?
Probably affected proportionately. Polarity. Population. Okay. Oh, you gotta be kidding me while reading. My throat is in so much pain. Slashing. Well, okay, I'm gonna need to switch to another. Wait, no, this is my highest leveled team. Trem is only 55. And, okay, wait, let's go back to Rupture. I'll switch you out for him. Anyway. Damn it. The folly of using the Heisho team. The second I can't use, Hong Lu. What the hell are those? Damn. The commonality. We keep running into these mannequins. Damn. That's definitely something to call the mannequin, these things. It's a good thing we're not coming across ego-equipped mannequins. Are they made by those nurse fathers?
그래.
Yes, to be more specific, it's just the ring nurse father.
신체
corporealism, and
인간의
art
근육과
moments
뼈
that
안에
utilizes the interaction between human bones and muscles and the contraction and the elongation therefore of with a splash of cubism technique, it seems. That was the first fight. Okay.
고역하고
Nasty.
보이시오.
Observe closely. Do you see them?
저것들의
Writings carved into their bodies. These corpses were engraved with a wild scroll of messages carved with a blade. They began shuffling at us in that uncanny rhyme entirely devoid of any semblance of... I'm gonna quickly take a mouthful of Pepsi to hopefully chill my throat or something, because it is in so much pain. And someone took the throat lozenge. Wait, no, wait. I found some. Yay. Throat lozenges. English is my first language, yes. Or is your brain second hand now? My brain is on, half working. I have been sick this past week. And the longer I stream, the more my brain capacity just goes down the gutter. As well as I've been reading for like 3 hours straight. They began shuffling at us. I've already read that. Dearest. Dearest daughter of ours, please pay close attention to the way the lines curves. For ribs we can make blades, need than any sword. For femurs we can make bludgeons stirrups than any mace. I read every word that's above 7 letters wrong, damn. Yeah, my brain isn't working at the moment. Keener than any sword. For femurs, we can make bludgeons sturdier than any mace. Keener. Yeah, keener. This thorax cage has taken its proposing yet hardly shape of an arch to keep the heart and the lungs from harm. Preserve this natural beauty of the human corpus, and do not infringe upon its primeval, precise value. That is the vengeance with which the act of creation must be handled, just as musicians handle a priceless instrument. Touch it, if you will. Do your fingertips feel the contours of a blade amongst the grains of musculature, its tendons and sinews? The bones of the ones most desperate for love have become a blade best fit to reap it. Yeah. Honestly, if this was the art world in real life, I'm pretty sure a certain kind of artist would have never entered politics and started a war. But hey, that's probably a good thing, because something worse would have probably happened. Yeah. Gotta love the ring. Indeed, it has, hasn't it? I knew from the fathoms of my heart that you could appreciate the true value of this piece, Yoshihide. The care put into the piece I have so painstakingly burst into the world is greater than any other work of mine, the smallest fracture or imbalance could instantly render it useless. Yeah. If this was the kind of art that happened, it would be the kind of art. If this was the kind of art that happened, it would no longer be the kind of art that happened. Okay, I'm trying to think what your comment just meant, but my brain is not working properly. Once this piece is complete, dearest Yoshihide, I would like for you to wield it. I will. Never got to finish that precious piece he'd always rambled about, did he? Ryoshu muttered to herself. The hell was he making that person into? Hey yo, the shoes. The shoes took over a corpse. Yeah, good point. Okay, I can understand what you meant now.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
15.
숨통 끊기.
I'm gonna take this brief moment of respite to suck on this throat lozenge and hopefully not be in as much pain so I can continue playing this game.
받아볼 텐가.
그만큼 탁월하다는 뜻도 된다는 점을 명심해주면 좋겠어.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고
No, it does not.
제쳐라.
Every time I damn play this game, I always have a lot of pain in my throat and I can't talk right for the next day. And if I don't get this, and if I do not complete this today, or what's released today, then I'm gonna have to continue it tomorrow.
뭐 별건 아니었지.
Which I really don't want to do.
흑수묘, 뜀박질춤.
전력으로 상대해봐. 전탄격발.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 기후팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
That is probably a very good idea.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
대상의 상태가 안 좋은 것 같아. 이걸 잘 이용하면 좋은 결과로
일기당천.
이어질 수 있을 거야.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
저희에게 유리한 상황.
Okay, I've only got to kill these 4 now.
승리까지 이끌어가 보도록 하죠.
일기당천. 이것밖에 못하는데. 전력으로 상대해봐. 전탄격발.
That's some nice numbers. Well, not really, but for this kind of fight, it's nice numbers.
받아볼 텐가. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 하나 넘고 셋 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
있는 힘껏 찔러놓고 으깨놨지만 저것들은 언젠가 다시 재생하겠지. 내가 부서지고 파괴되어도 다시 교체되는 것처럼. 이 얼마나 완벽하게 그지엄.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군.
Okay, am I anywhere near the end to the currently released chapter? Am I close to the currently released chapter, or am I like halfway? I really need to know. Are you able to give me a hint if I'm close to the end of the currently released chapter? Oh, no idea. Damn. I was hoping that you knew. Well, right back to battle. Insufficient enkephalin. Use the box. I almost turned it into modules simply out of reflex.
뒷박질 시간.
I'm just gonna click win rate for these battles. You would think enkephalin would be the one thing I wouldn't need in this facility, considering it's probably made here in quite abundance. Ah, shit.
한 상체가 탈출했어. 죽지도 않으면서 고통을 느끼는 괴물 새끼. 너희들이 겁쟁이는 아니어야 할 거야. 머뭇거리다가 아차하는 순간 죽어버릴 직원은 필요 없거든.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Hi, Chloe.
올바른 방법으로
What are you doing, girl?
능력을 다했으니
Are you just being a silly girl? Are you just being a silly girl, Chloe? I gotta plot my dog on my bed real quick. She wants me to move up. Chloe. There you go. Good girl.
그쪽 방향이 아닐
Love you.
텐데.
Go consume some.
한 상체는 피해를 받을 뿐 소멸하지 않아.
일기당천.
죽지도 않을 목숨. 최대한 고통스럽게 만들어 보자고.
Okay, so are all of these guys just affected by the shoes? How can you have multiple stacks of urge, like, instead of, like, the one? Go consume some.
깔끔하게 물었군.
I'm definitely gonna quickly drink some more lemonade.
일기당천.
남은 배치들도 같은 기세로 처리해보세요.
하나 넘고
가치 없군. 죽어.
와, 성공했어. 보여? 개체가 더 이상 움직이지 않네. 이대로 남은 대상들도 전부 움직일 수 없게 만들어보자.
Yep, that 10 hours of win rate to sleep too. I have legitimately just considered recording me doing a
바람 불어오는 대로
mirror dungeon of me just clicking win rate over and over and over again and uploading that under like an ASMR tag.
얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
considering my last mirror dungeon run last night took me over 3 hours.
앞으로의 전투는
방향이 아닐 텐데.
이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
그렇게 서 있으니
But,
그렇게
yeah.
세계 큰 피해를 준 것 같아.
총알까봐
Ah, we got the real bullets now.
격의
아까의
중
공격으로 인해서
받아볼
대상에게
필요가
많은
있겠어.
피해를 입혔어. 적들이 충분히 나약해졌다는 거지. 끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
Is it just me, or is all of all of Mersault's IDs people that get beheaded? Because a lot of them seem to be beheaded.
전력으로 상대해봐.
I mean, he does kind of die the same way in the book.
방금 했던
But
공격은 매우 효과적이었어.
I don't think that's a coincidence.
이것밖에 못하나.
다음 공격은 더 잘할 수 있도록.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Well, that took out a decent chunk of its health. And now we win.
방어적인 대응은 확실히 전반전보다 피해는 적. 하지만
하나 넘고
군대 한 상체에게도 지나치게 친절한 대응 아닌가?
제쳐라.
I'm fidgeting with a cheap plastic gun, if you can hear that.
들어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
있는 힘껏 찔러놓고 으껴놨지만 저것들은
Here we go. Back to the bane of my stroke. limbuscompany reading.
파괴되어도 다시 교체되는 것처럼.
마침내 굴레 하나
One of the many cycles is now broken. The Hongyang.
두려움
Oh yeah.
없이 나아갈 수 있는
Oh, there wasn't any reading for that. Now we go back to reading the fingers.
한 걸음 더 가까워지는
Well, let's see. Can I level anyone up? Do I have enough? Nope.
밤이 되
Actually, might as well collect all this. I have not bought the battle pass because I do not have the money for it at the moment. The moment I do, I will definitely buy the battle pass though. Because battle pass. Also, I am partially convinced that the LCE facility is inside the back door. Like, the whole entire facility is just inside a big back door. But that's just my own crackpot theory, though.
정면.
The elevator up ahead is operational. I could see the light of the elevator beyond the locked door. If power has returned to the elevators,
코에나임
it could only mean that Hoheim has arrived at the facility management room. Then, once the elevator door opened, the LCA agents began pouring into the facility in perfect order. They immediately began hacking and shooting down anything that got in their way. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in their movement, as though drilled into them over countless rehearsals. From the way they never failed to deliver a killing blow to any target that so much as twitched, even when it was already mangled beyond recognition. I could tell they were seasoned veterans with years of combat experience. I began to grow concerned that these fighters could brush aside any obstacle we faced with ease. LCA Special Operations Unit, was it? They sure know how to clear a room. Testing, come in. Oi, gimme that. Oi, oi, alright, mates. Oi, the heck, no need to shout into the mic, Heathcliff, we can hear you just fine. Oh, apologies, my assistant's temperament leans on the more impatient side. Sinner Otis' conjecture was correct. After arriving at the facility management room, we have been observing the hallway throughout the device here. The video feed quality, well, it leaves much to be desired, but the LCA has arrived at this sector. Can confirm that on this end as well, we have visual on the LCA units passing the lockdown shutters. But all I've managed so far is to remove one security wall in your path. It has nothing to do with restoring the internal elevators leading to other departments.
그렇다면
Whichever may be the case, does this mean that the wounded can now be transported to safety? Not quite. Well, they managed to send the LCA down here via unknown means. The entire facility has to be restored in order to return upstairs. It is indeed a relief, however. It seems that the agents have been deployed to each sector. They should be able to secure the rest of the survivors. Though I've never been one to be interested in the art of killing and battling, particularly those without even a tangential relation to research, I have heard that they are a rather formidable combat force, even by the standards of the city as a whole.
정면.
Eyes forward. The light flickers and... It's not Roland! It's him! 3 agents who were advancing while covering the front of their squad simultaneously fell to the floor without so much as a scream. He slaughtered them! Damn, he wearing a mask. High-rise invasion. Huh. Like a broken lamp, the light past the security wall continued to flicker. Between each flicker of the malfunctioning light, the outline of the intruder's weapon seemed to shift into a different shape. At first, the shadow stretched into a sharp tip of a pick. Then, after several more flicks, it took on the familiar outline of an axe, very much resembling Roger's own. Judging by their appearance and gear, it is likely that they are the LCA Reconnaissance Specialist Unit. Most likely in the same vein as the team that arrived at the Monolith retrieval mission. Recon team or not, how did the intruders manage to wipe out such a well-trained team all on his own? Hoheim, do you hear us? Indeed. Has the LCA taken care of the situation over your end? You mustn't step foot out into the hallway. Why might that be? I've already just watched the LCA agents take down an abnormality while quite impressive precision to suppress such a tricky entity in mere minutes. Fascinating. This calls for an additional comment on this observation log. The LCA reinforcements sent to our sector, they're all dead. What? Were this battle fought in an open field, even the LCA reconnaissance team alone would have sufficed to avoid defeat. However, this is what happens to prey who forget that they've been snared into a spider's web. They'll never fight on even grounds, always drawing their prey to locations where they have the absolute advantage. They won't have lost in an open field, you say. It's meaningless to speculate over what will never happen. Look, his prey ensured their demise by walking into his hunting ground. What Aliasa had described earlier was becoming more and more apparent to us. A relaxed but disciplined gait. The man, after having slaughtered dozens of wealthy agents, slowly turned around to face us. His sharp dress shoes lazily chopped against the floor. He seemed to have been aware of our presence from the get-go. Light dances across the glossy surface of his white mask. He returned a smile in response to Ryoshi's furious wrath. Then his lips part, suddenly mousing a sentence word by word. His sweetheart, how did your reviews go? Hey, sweetheart, how did your training go? Same old dull and boring. Dad, that wound on your arm, did you do that to yourself? Ah yes, I had to stab my opponent with a knife 38 times through my own arm. The 20th stab wound was where it really began to hurt. They say that the pain of burning hurt at least 100 times worse than the pain of getting stabbed. Did you know that? So when you have to take care of something, I hope you won't use fire. Lest their death be slow and their dying breath curse your name on their long descent into hell. Don't they deserve to watch their lives flash before their eyes in relative peace? Okay. Come close. You've got a scratch on your cheek. It happened during Valencia's class, didn't it? Her methods are simply too violent. She's the kind of teacher who uses the number of scars as a measure of training intensity and effectiveness. Let's take good care of that wound so it don't scar, okay? Whatever. If what LCE has told us through the transmission is true, then the executive manager is in danger. I'm just as concerned as you are, Otis, but we're not exactly out of the woods yet either. The security cam feed's working again. Yeah, look, it's pointed right in front of our door, but come see if my memory fails me. Not, then this man's attire suggests he is the middle. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's the middle. There is no doubt about it. I guess we know what happened to the LCA in the other sector. Yeesh. This guy's practically tearing people apart. Is he shouting something? I can't quite hear what he's saying through the feed. Yoshihide. He is shouting Yoshihide repeatedly, so. As he fills the silence between them with them, a boisterous guffiance. Faces split into a wide grin, body convulsing with laughter. What joy does this madman find in this carnage? That's an insanely powerful kick. Flung the guy all the way to the other side of the hallway. The footage is pretty blurry, but do you think he's got a prosthetic leg? Maybe not. I guess a leg covered completely in augment tattoos could look something like that. Oh, are you looking at Papa's mighty bear paw? Who the hell is that? Who the heck are you? Who am I? I'm Kiara. A covert approach. Men, battle positions. Oh, you guys got it all wrong. You're watching my Papa work, aren't you? Don't mind me, okay? I'm not gonna pick a fight with you guys. I'll just hang around here while you guys get the important stuff done. Carry on, watch him work. I am hoping I can get a few clips out of this stream. Your papa? That guy's your dad? Oh, isn't he like super badass? Yo, did you guys see that? Gosh, that teach straight up tear up fire, so dope. I've been trying to recreate that myself, but it's not the same, you know? How'd he do that? Totally floored that guy up and tossed him like a baseball all the way to the other end of the hallway. To treat a massacre as no different from a game of sport. Or sport. What a contemptible stomach you make. Oh, so you're into the kind of character, huh? Sick. I'm a huge fan of him too. Did you read the latest issue of Cloudburst Blade? There's this new character who talks like you. Do you like lifting his bamboo hat? He goes. Wait, you don't know the Cloudburst Blade? Ah man, I've been trying to sell it to everyone I know, but no one's interested. One of them obsessed with training all day. One of them talk with her sword all day. One of them just wander all over the place all day. And the other one, you know what she says? I think the story indulges in far too much logical fallacies. What the heck kind of book review is that? Like, bro, what wasted time nitpicking about what makes sense and what doesn't when reading a comic book? Gosh, I don't think I'd ever vibe with that girl. Anyhow, how... Has anyone here actually read Cloudburst Blade? If you did, well, I may have but 4 hours of my time, good sir. enough. If you thought you could distract us with your nonsense, practically sinking again. Otis, I don't see the middle nurse father on the feed anymore. Is she his apprentice then? Hey kiddo! What are you doing all the way out here? Haven't I asked you not to wander too far? Giraffe. No more transmission. They're all gone quiet. Hark, young Ishmael. Young Otis. Therefore doth no response. This is bad. We don't even have the manager with us. We're all in the dark. We must make haste and restore the facility to its operational capacity. The sooner we obtain access to security wall control, the sooner we can coordinate with each other. As luck would have it... What the hell is that? As luck would have it, we should be able to locate one of the lost pieces of circuitry in this room. Okay, a slight guess. I think it's in the mound of bodies that happens to be smiling. It's a good thing it's not turning black, but it's a good guess. There remains. The ring has made it mark here. Oi, don't force yourself to look so hard at them. No, disgust as an emotion holds very little sway over me. It's just that, boss. Don't look at their faces and try to tell who's who. Right, I lost my focus for a moment there. Let us carry on. What, is there anything you wish to say to me? This is highly irregular, but it seems that Faust also experiences agreement with Hoheim. Agrees with what? That we must restore the facility with as much haste as we can employ. Okay, there's another thing. I need to go pee. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. I am really hoping that I get to the end of this soon. This is looking to be over a 4-hour stream. Well, it is already over 4 hours. Leaving behind the perpetrator of the carnage greeting Ryoshi on the other side of the security wall, we have no other choice but to make our way towards the lab. Miss Ryoshi, perhaps this question of mine is one you might not wish to grace with an answer, and if it indeed is, do feel free to let it float past. But what is your connection to the so-called nurse fathers? Your relationship with them does not seem to have been brewed in with bad blood, or bad blood, and in the change in your countenance, I sense a flash of something almost imperceivable. I haven't put all the pieces together just yet, but they were nurse fathers. My father who forgot the sword that I am. Win rate time.
이번 역경을 헤쳐나가기만 하면 능력을 기를 수 있을 거야. 비록 그 과정에서 희생이 나올 수 있겠지만 내가 세피라로서 너희가 죽지 않도록 도와줄게.
개체의 약점을 정확히 꿰뚫었습니다. 준비를 철저히 했나 보군요.
한 상체가 탈출했어. 죽지도
일기당천.
않으면서 고통을 느끼는 괴물새끼. 너희들이 겁쟁이는 아니어야 할 거야. 머뭇거리다가 아차하는 순간 죽어버릴 치고는 필요 없거든.
개체가 불리한 조건에 놓여 있습니다. 저희에게 어떤 식으로 대응하면 좋을지 파악하며 임하도록 하죠.
숨통 끊기. 이래서 장비는 속성별로 준비해달라고 부탁해놨었지. 적재적소했으니까 이만큼 효율적인 일도 없잖아.
이건 예상 못했나 봐. 이건 예상 못했나 봐.
한 상체는 피해를 받을 뿐 소멸하지 않아. 죽지도 않을 목숨. 최대한 고통스럽게 만들어보자고. 흑승류 뜀박질 준비.
제쳐라.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준
그쪽
것
방향이
같아.
아닐 텐데.
교육팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어. 방금 그 방법은 적절한 공격이 아니었어. 실수였을까? 아니면 노력이 부족했을까?
받아볼 텐가. 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에. 다소 즐겁군.
여기서 멈출 필요 없어. 우리는 충분히 계속 싸울 수 있으니까.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
직원 하나가 더 이상 움직이지 않아.
흑승묘, 뒷박질 춤.
다들 왜 그런 표정이야? 마음이 벌써 약해진 거야? 고작 이런 걸로?
잠깐만 기다려라.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
이것 봐. 환상체를 제압하는 건 우리만으로 충분하잖아.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
아까의 공격으로 인해서 대상에게 많은 피해를 입혔어. 적들이
일기당천.
충분히 나약해졌다는 거지. 끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
하나 넘고 셋 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
겹겹의 중
패스드 같은 놈들은 이 광경을 좀
보이겠어.
봐야 해. 환상체 가두고 에너지 짜는 회사에서
Oh, one's dead.
이 정도 전투
Damn.
능력이 있어줘야지.
일기당천.
복지팀 애들만 데리고서 뭘 한다고.
깔끔하게 물었군.
가치 없군. 있는 힘껏 찔러놓고 으깨놨지만 저것들은 언젠가 다시 재생하겠지.
Okay.
내가 부서지고 파괴되어도 다시 교체되는 것처럼. 이 얼마나 완벽하게.
마침내
Yep, he did the most damage.
두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 이 경우는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래.
Looks like we're here. It's a lab. LCD and LCE haven't reached out again since the last transmission. I can only hope that there's no misfortune befell them.
관리자, 혹시 느껴져?
Hey, Manager Bud, you picked up on anything? I mean the golden bow, if those people got it before us. Not yet, I don't think they did. It's still in there. Is that right? I guess I should be glad we still have a chance. Gregor mumbled on in a gloomy tone. Hoheim will be relieved to hear this. We stepped into the lab, the light were off, it was completely dark inside. What the hell is that? The assailants were indeed after the golden bow. What could they possibly want with it? I was deeply engrossed in my thoughts when I noticed that Ryoshu had stopped in her tracks. Ryoshu? There's a stench coming from up ahead, a sickening familiar one. Even in the cloying darkness of the unlit lab, Ryoshu seemed to notice something out of place. You smell something? I don't smell anything other than your sick. Oh yeah, you've not been smoking for a hot minute. Only silence welcomed us into the lab. We couldn't hear any breathing, but there it was without a doubt. The stank of cigarettes and a chill, disembodied sense of dread we couldn't exactly put a finger on. When I left that place, I remember feeling a strong contempt from someone. It had to have been. Roshi stared mutually as though she was gripped by the chill. I noticed she wasn't speaking to me, though it seemed as though she was wading through a bog of mutilated memories to cling to her emotions at that moment. Dihu Star, you. All along, you've wanted to make me suffer to the bitter end, haven't you? What audacity. You think I'm the one making you suffer, Yoshihide? You do realize that you've always been the one obstacle in my life, don't you? This is the only way for us to get even. What the hell is she doing? Yoshihide, it's never stopped. The sound of the fetter around my feet rushing and heavy, how it clinks and rattles. In that vision of the past, Ryoshu raised her sword in an agonizingly slow motion, unsheathing the blade that we had never seen revealed before, a white blade of such unfeeling purity, devoid of even a trace of mercy beneath its pale edge. In a split second, it was blinded by the glue of the blade. Ryoshu clutched the hooded figure's jaw in her crushing grip. Then, without a moment's hesitation, she drove the blindingly bright sword into the figure's mouth. Ryoshu pulled the sword out in a single swift motion. The figure coughed out a thick glob of blood and a piece of her sliced tongue. Man, this game's really going for, like, trying to get an M18 rating or something. This is probably the most gruesome it's been. But she spat out more than just a bloody chunk of flesh. Out of her mouth, the triumphant laugh of one who has just realized the victory of one's life. With a deep rage breath, Ryoshu let the sword fall to her grip. She stood rooted in her spot, staring at the falling figure with a look of pure confusion. ISOTPITA. Insidious stench of the past in the air. And right now, right before Ryoshu's eyes, the vivid presence from the memory of the past came to life in the form of a white silhouette. Her hand slowly brushed the lips beyond which no tongue laid, as if to remember the absence of the organ that Ryoshu had so mercilessly cut out. Like a long watchman who had been kept vigil, awaiting our arrival. The mouth that lost its tongue faced Ryoshu without opening even once. But I think I heard a whisper of a hollow sigh escaping between her lips. Because of my 5 fathers, I had to leave behind the single most important thing in this world. And that is why I must take it back. So happy to see you again, Ryoshu. I mean it. Such were the words my master bade me to relay. The pinky nurse father. As my master expected naught from my insufficient self. I am but a blade rushed amidst the quiet turn of nature, doomed to ever endure the dullness of today and the emptiness of morrows. And therefore, owing to your pursuit of the spider's thread, I am once again granted a chance to carry out my master's will. Another talker, piss off. As her lips apprentice approached us, Ryoshu's nurse father slowly stepped away. Toward where the content of a golden blow lay nested, emanating a soft glow. The preparations are complete. I trust you have not forgotten the pain. Or the plan. What the hell is that? Where the nurse father had left, a figure clad in steel armor entered. What the... The armament looks a little too crude to be a piece of gear imbued with advanced technology. It looks akin to the torture device we had previously seen in the basement of Sinclair's home. No flesh, no blood, no bones to show in a fight. For an artwork meant for my eyes, its aesthetics are lacking in class. Keeping your mouth shut even in a moment like this. Did he not teach you there's no beauty to be found in it? I want him here. Where is the ring, nurse father? The armored figure answered Ryoshi's question with a swing of her huge sword. We need to take care of this quick and track down the golden bow. Let's fend them off. You've started to pick up on the rudiments of aesthetic clock. Watch as I demonstrate the means of AOS. More combat, yay. This should be an interesting fight. Counter that one. And everyone just go after that.
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는 칭찬은 생략하는 게 좋겠지?
Now, seeking suspicion, not supposed to kill him.
정신교육의 효과가 보이는 것. 보다시피 직원들의 증오심은 환상체를 쳐죽이는 원동력.
Favored. Unopposed, 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 damn.
마음에 들어.
Okay, so you're just not being targeted at all, so you can attack anything. And the rest of them can aim for whatever they see fit. Struggling. Favored. Favored. There we go, shield has been broken.
나만 믿고 답에 집중해줘. 도움이 될 수 있을 거야.
Okay. The Pinky Apprentice Ren. Favored. Dominating. Offset. There we go. This should do a decent chunk of damage, or at least get rid of most of his shield. It did not. Damn. What is this? So that is one. Okay, yeah, that's neutral, that's favored. Favored. That's neutral. Favored. Come on, high rolls. That sucked. There we go, and it did shit all damage.
좋은 배움은 아니지만 안 하는 것보다는 훨씬 나았을 거야. 다음엔 좀더 신경 써보자.
제쳐라.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
38 damage across everyone. Neat. You know what, I probably should read his
요즘 고민거리는 없어.
passive.
혹시라도 일하는데 힘든 점이 있다면 언제든지 나와 상담해줘.
Crap. Okay, essentially, I don't know what's going on.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Shield's almost chipped away. Okay, we actually damage to him now. Yay.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했군요.
But we're not going to do it for long, probably. No, sorry, I'm late. Personally, a sleepyhead. So the ring apprentice, Albina. This is, not going to be nice. Dominating. Hopeless. Neutral. Neutral. I'll bet on that. Go. Wonder if that would do anything. There we go. Good. Great.
전력으로 상대해봐. 전탄격발.
Here we go.
방금 공격 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래?
2 damage.
만들면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
응원도 결국은 나약한 자들이나
Okay.
받고 싶어하는 위안일 뿐입니다. 정보팀은 조금 더 가치 있는 걸 추구하는 보수 아니겠습니까?
Good, that's favored. Struggling. Dominating. Neutral. Bet on it. Actually, no. I'll offset that. No, I'll use that to offset that. You attack that. Dominating. Dominating. There we go.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
결과는 그때 나쁘지 않아.
Damn it, Ryoshu. I had trust in you.
잠깐만 기다려.
넘고, 산 넘고, 무수히 넘고, 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
There we go. That was a pretty decent hit.
땡에서 알려준 대로 잘했어. 역시 사람 프로그램은
그쪽 방향이 아닐 테니.
Go. I only did 4 damage, so it looks like he can't take any more damage for a bit. Yeah, he ran off.
위험에 노출되어 있는 직원이 있습니다.
보이겠어.
What is that? Artwork facade. Shoot. Hopeless. I'll bet on it. Wait, unless 18.6. 18.6. Damn it, the only one that actually probably could. We don't have enough resources for. Gonna have to bet on a struggle. Nope, she got a perfect run.
나의 뼈로 풀어잡고 나의 살로 태어난 원한의 제대로 그러다 죽어버리면 나를 탓할 거잖아. 나를 나쁜 세피라로 만들려는 거야?
시끄러워. 계속 싸울 수 있다고
Okay,
했잖아.
this isn't looking good at all.
진짜. 이 빌어쳐먹을 몸 때문에 내 마음대로 움직이질 않는 건데 도대체 왜?
Let's go. Come on. Yes. 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 Let's go. Blossom from the blood, oh beautiful flower. I shall gladly claim you as mine.
의사를 써야겠어. 오늘도 즐거운 하루의 시작이네.
Okay, this might be possible.
잠시만, 볼륨 좀 확인해 볼게.
Hopeless, neutral, neutral. Damn. That's dominating. That's neutral. That's all dominating. It's favored. It's favored. Struggling. There we go. Come on, get her shield down. There we go, shield down. And we can actually damage her. Oh, is she staggered?
대상이 툭
Wait, no touching Farseer. She is for display only. Multiply the damage from the Iron Maiden spikes. Passive. This effect cannot be disabled by offset skill. When hit by attack, inflict 1 bleed. Pngtuberen. We'll try and counter it. Hopefully, offset.
흑승류, 뜀박질 춤.
Yeah, it hasn't added any bleed. Oh no, it does add bleed. Damn it.
개체의 약점을 정확히 꿰뚫었습니다.
Now let's see what happens when it opens. Interesting.
계획에 없는 행동을
Refrain from any deviations from the plan. He has my humble self neglected to impress upon this matter many times.
보여?
See, Fascia has begun to pulsate. I haven't seen Fascia tremble like this in a long while. Why don't we just give her some time to chat?
그런 사사로운 욕망에
This plan involves no outward expression of such selfish desires. The plan involves only the obsession of the warning remaining fresh while our own heart beats slow. The plan isn't to Fascia's liking. Her tendons have tightened.
주인 된 자들의
Yet,
뜻에 따르기
we
위해서
must learn to remain tranquil before the command beats if we are to adhere to the wills of those who are our masters. I've always been so curious of the master's child, however lost, forever lost. Why not let us at least prepare a maquetta? It has become apparent that this glorified executioner does not know her place. Clearly it is about time her branches are pruned. With that, the man who stood in the way leaped towards the pulsating greatsword of flesh and delivered a powerful strike.
다행이라고 말해야 할지.
This may be our stroke of fortune. It seems that this chaos our presence has splitted their minds. Ahem, the golden bow. Feeling a dull pain squeeze through the grooves of my mind, I turned towards the spot from which the sensation surfaced forth, and saw Ryoshi standing there. Here, in her eyes burned hatred and fury, a glare that would easily have had me believe that she would unsheath her sword from her back at any moment. At the receiving end of the glare was the veiled figure who had watched our battle without a word. The Pinky's nurse father simply stood there, meeting Ryoshi's wrathful gaze as she did in the fragmented memory. Then she withdrew into the shadows and darkness, slowly eating away at her shape, before disappearing from our sight. Dante, have you found the golden bow? We must... No. We were too late. I felt the dull pain in my head lift as it pointed at where the veiled person stood. The golden bows that should have been there were gone. What remained in their place were dozens of cigarette butts, that the same kind Ryoshi smoked, piled up like a thick layer of dust.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어.
Finally!
없이 나아갈 수
I've got to the end!
아씨가 그리던
I finally did it!
한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요.
My throat is in so much pain.
그러니
This has been an absolutely amazing chapter so far, in my opinion.
풀어주시오.
I look forward to the rest of it,
내 그것만
but my throat is very happy to rest. Thank you all for coming. I will do a single pull real quick. Got nothing, but that's to be expected from a single pull. Thank you all for coming. I have been your host, clutchskelly, and I hope to see you all next time. Goodbye. Where is my end screen?